You ready?
You ready?
Yep. So what exactly am I doing here? You may wonder how convicted murderer Lori Vallow Daybell is able to walk around inside a courtroom unrestrained. And the answer is this: stun technology hidden under her clothes. It looks like a bulletproof vest, but it's not.
It's not. It actually has 4 points of contact. It's pretty much at the top and in the back.
Let's talk specifically about Lori Vallow Daybell. So she's wearing something like this. What is this?
That's correct. So this is what we call, many people know it as a rack belt, a stun belt. Very clear, this isn't like a taser. It does not work like a taser. It's pretty much pain compliance. So what happens is you have the prongs just like you did in the vest. Okay. So this makes contact with your body. You can feel it right there, right? So in this case, what we do is we put it around the waist. So pretty much like this.
And this is just designed to give you a lot of pain, correct?
This is pain compliance. Like I said, unlike a taser, it doesn't affect the muscles.
The sheriff's office asked me if I wanted to know what the belt felt like. An actual stun would last 8 seconds, so I didn't put the belt all the way around me and fasten it. Still. Ah, jeez Louise. Woo! I get it.
Yeah. Wasn't that bad? It was terrible. Can you imagine 8 seconds?
No.
Hi, everybody. Welcome in. How are you? I was recording something over here on my other side, and I had the sound coming in, and I did not want to unmute myself until I was done with that. More on this case. Like, there's all, because there's just so many clips from this case. Tons. It amazes me. So obviously, Cash, you were on the wrong video. Well, at least you figured it out in time. Obviously, they haven't started yet. I came on early just in case they did. Court TV has not even gone live yet. Let me see. We'll show that video of the shock belt again later on. I think that was great. But I had another video somebody had asked me about. This is 11 minutes. Oh, I know what I wanted to show y'all. Did y'all see this house explosion? Watch this video. I think this was in Texas. Watch this house. I did it twice so you could see it in slow mode the next time. Did y'all hear about it? I mean, this whole house exploded like it
Something just
disintegrated.
exploded. It was a huge explosion. I have no idea what this is. Oh my God.
So at approximately 11:23 a.m. this morning, we got initial calls of a house had blew up, and it generated multiple callers on this incident. When we arrived on scene, when Austin Fire Department crew arrived on scene, they found a 2-story home that looked like it had suffered an explosion, which was leveled to the ground. A second house, neighboring house, also had suffered severe collapse damage. Their initial reports also indicated that there was a vehicle fire at address 10,412, which was the house that suffered the explosion. They extinguished the car fire, and there was also some smaller spot fires occurring in the debris. They initiated a search for people in the rubble. They located one person at 1,412, extricated that person, transferred them to EMS for treatment. A second patient was located at the address of 10,410. That patient required an extended advanced extrication efforts to get that person out of the debris. Currently, where we're at right now is that there are no spot fires. The vehicle fire's out. As far as we know, we have accounted for everybody that was in all of the residents. We are on a temporary stand down, if you will, waiting for excavators to come to help us do more large debris removal. Those excavators are being provided to us from Austin Water and also from Lake Travis Fire. An incident of this magnitude generates a large response. Those agencies that are on scene with us are Texas Gas, PEC, Travis County Sheriff's Office, Travis County Fire Marshal, Austin Police Department, Texas Department of Public Safety, Austin Travis County EMS, FBI, Texas Department of Emergency Management. We also have Red Cross on scene to provide any needs to any of the residents that were affected. With this size of explosion, we have approximately, that we know of right now, 24 homes that have reported damage in the area. We're getting reports there's some damage on Spicewood Mesa, Pantera Ridge, and Mooley. We're also being told that the explosion was heard as far as north as Georgetown. Currently, the cause is under investigation. This is in Travis County. Travis County Fire Marshal will be the lead investigator. But what we can tell you right now, we believe this to be an isolated incident. And there was no Texas Gas service to the residents. And I'll turn it over now to Austin Travis County EMS to provide patient care update.
They had no gas coming to the home.
My name is Shannon Coaster, Captain Shannon Coaster, SHA, and then Koester. I'm with the Public Information Office of Austin Travis County EMS. So we responded in conjunction with Austin Fire Department to the reports of the house explosion. Same timeline. We have a dual response with them. So we have 6 total patients currently. We have 2 from the primary residence of the explosion. 1 is in critical condition. 1 is in serious but stable condition. And then the secondary home from the explosion involved also has a critical patient as well. We have 1 additional adult from with minor complaints that refused transport at the scene. We also evaluated and treated 2 firefighters with minor injuries. 1 was transported and 1 refused medical attention at the scene. All 6 patients are adult patients. Condition is going to be updated later from us. Any questions currently?
What type of injuries have you seen?
So explosions can have a variety of injuries, especially primary and secondary homes. So there's anything from burns to just fractures from the explosion.
Any lost limbs?
Not that I know of.
Were any firefighters or medical personnel injured?
2 firefighters were injured while working on the scene, but 1 has refused medical attention and 1 is transported with minor injuries to a hospital.
Was there anybody who stopped the home that exploded?
That's where Austin Fire Department had located an individual.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you.
I was just going to ask you, is the pets or animals around the area that you would know of?
We are working with animal control. There are some, I don't know if they're injured or not, but we're trying to account for several pets in houses in the neighborhood. So we are working with animal control to take care of that.
And real quick, are you guys calling this an explosion now? Earlier in your initial report, it was for undisclosed reason. And is this labeled now as an explosion?
Yeah. So it is an explosion. The cause is currently still under investigation. We're going to leave that to the Travis County Fire Marshal. But as we said, we believe this is certainly an isolated incident, and we have some preliminary details, but we're waiting for Travis County Fire Marshal to confirm those before we release that. And we're aware of all the rumors circulating around. There was no plane crash. There was no law enforcement activity. This was a simple, isolated incident.
Yeah, we talked to natural gas companies. They're not involved, and they say it's under investigation too. Was there a propane tank? Can you speak to that?
This home does have propane, yes. There is no, Atmos Energy was here, Texas Gas Service was here, PEC Electric and Austin Energy were both here. So no underground gas service to any of these residences, but they do have propane tanks.
Were there any firefighters on scene at the time of the explosion, or did everyone?
No, no. We have several stations fairly close that obviously also heard and felt the explosion and responded immediately.
Given your years with EMS here in Austin, have you seen an explosion to this degree before?
Yes, yeah. I mean, this one is very significant. We've had several over the years. I've been here for 30 plus years. So, and Assistant Chief Thayer Smith, THAYER SMITH, Assistant Chief Austin Fire Department. So yes, we've seen these types of incidents in the past.
For families that are in this area, how long can they expect for gas, and is power also off right now?
Power was off. Power's been restored except to the houses that were severely damaged on this particular street, but the rest of the neighborhood should now have power.
Let me ask you as well, this area, when will it be reopened to everybody, and how long will it take for everyone to get back in?
We're going to be here for hours. Yeah. The main street will probably be opened, probably within the next hour, but this street will be closed the rest of the day.
And then people getting back into their homes, do you know how long that might take? Is that same time frame?
We'll work through that with our community services group, but that'll probably take a couple hours.
I see the Red Cross is here as well.
Yes, Red Cross is here assisting those that may not be able to return to their homes because of the damage. Anything else?
Number of homes that people who might not be able to return today?
I think there's only 2 that they won't be able to return. The rest of them are going to need garage. There's a number of garage doors blown out, a number of windows blown out all through the neighborhood. So all of them, I think we counted where we're at 24. At 24 and still counting in the area. So the garage doors are going to need to be replaced. Windows need to be replaced, but they should be habitable. Except for the 2, the one that was directly involved and then the house next door. Everything else hopefully should be habitable. I'm seeing some hands in the back that there may be some others that have damage significant enough they won't be able to return tonight.
Then as far as injuries, there were a few injuries, but no fatalities.
Correct. Right now, the update from EMS is 2 are in very critical condition, but right now, no fatalities initially.
Did y'all order evacuations?
No, TCSO went door to door. We did not order any evacuations. It had pretty much naturally occurred upon arrival. And like I said, TCSO and our crews were going door to door to make sure everyone was accounted for and safe.
Let me ask you, did the preliminary investigation indicate that this may be a result in a criminal investigation?
Right now, there is no intent that there will be a criminal investigation. Like we said earlier, with an explosion of this magnitude, all of our federal and state and local agencies come to the scene just until we do determine what the cause is. Like we said, the FBI was here. Texas Department of Emergency Management. We had all sorts of folks here that typical for them to come to something of this magnitude, but at this point they've left, and we don't believe that there will be any criminal investigation. It'll simply be a fire caused an explosion determination by the Travis County Fire Marshal.
Based on what you're seeing, is it too early to determine where the explosion happened? Was it like in the house, outside?
It was in the house. Okay. Yes.
Something was saying that there was a new construction home on the street. Was it that one that exploded?
We believe it was the one that had just recently been constructed. Yes.
Do we know if the gas was leaking for an hour or not?
Travis, it's way too early in the investigation for that. Travis County Fire Marshal will release those details if and when they have them.
I can ask you a couple questions.
Sure. I mean, I wasn't there, so that makes it harder for me to answer any specific questions.
Sure.
I can try and answer what you need.
So let me ask you, Sarah, can you tell me what happened earlier today at your home?
Well, my husband was the only one there. The house is a house we were building. We don't actually, we haven't moved in yet. So he was just there kind of cleaning up stuff. And we live about a mile away in a current house and felt the explosion from there. But we don't know exactly what happened.
Okay. You said you guys haven't even moved in yet. When were you guys planning on doing that? Was it getting close?
Yeah, it was a couple weeks out.
Oh my gosh. Was there any of your guys' personal belongings in the house yet?
Just appliances, nothing, none of our stuff had been moved in.
Okay.
Because of course my husband was in the house when it exploded.
How is he doing?
He's in surgery right now. I don't know any details. I'm just really thankful that, I mean, I don't want my husband to be injured, but I'm thankful that nobody else was there. I worry about all the neighbors that also had damage to their house because it was a very big explosion, and we just all want to know what kind of went on. We kind of want to know what caused it all, because we're all really confused and have no idea what could have caused it.
So you guys, like you said, you have no idea what would have caused this, because I heard that your house was going to be all electric, so it doesn't sound like it would have been a gas leak or anything.
Right. Yeah. I mean, there was a propane tank, but a propane tank wouldn't have. From what I'm aware, it wouldn't have caused this big of an explosion. So, I mean, he got burned, and the parts of it collapsed on him. So they're just checking to see what is going on. But that's all I can say to that.
Okay, so watch, guys, because I slowed it down for us. It starts right in the center of the home, the explosion. So I'm thinking it did come from the kitchen area. See how I did that? Let me back up a little bit. I thought I did it a lot slower than that, but I guess not.
All I can say to that.
See, there's the center of the house. I'm fixing to, in a minute here, I'll zoom in. And it was right in the center area. It wasn't near the garage. Isn't that crazy? So I'll play this other one real quick again. The normal one. It went straight up, out, up and out. I tried to slow it down, like with my editing tool, and I just where it just smidgens.
Something
It
just
goes
exploded.
smidgens.
It was
And I was trying to see if I could figure out when it happened, or like where it came from in the house. It literally, like the middle of the section of the home, that whole area right there in the middle, just you couldn't tell there wasn't like one thing. So I'm thinking those. I had a propane tank. My last house had a big propane tank hooked to the stovetop. It was the only thing in the home that was hooked up to propane. But that line, it comes up, runs through the house. But the propane tank is outside the home. But the line runs through the house and goes down into and that's probably what they have. Maybe they have probably not water. Probably not water, but I would maybe, I don't know. Definitely a stovetop for sure. Could that happen though? With just that, with the tank being on the outside like that? I mean, if there was a leak if it was leaking for a long time and he came in there and did something that sparks, I don't know. But it just blows my mind that the man that was inside is still alive. I think it's furnace and hot water, Mark. That's just insane. That happened last week, and I remember seeing it. And I just clipped it for you guys last night, but I was thinking I need to check and see if there's been any updates on this man. I know, I was like, is there a meth lab in there? And the cop's like, yeah, we've had this happen before. I'm like, that's not cool. Oh, it happened. Like, oh yeah, it happens all the time. No, that's not cool. That's not cool. And then we've got earthquakes going on in California right now. Major earthquakes. What else? If you're late coming in, we showed Lori's shock belt earlier. We'll play that again later on during one of the breaks. And I also have the audio. Of course, should be starting any minute now. But I also have that. Was it Cher? Was it you that mentioned the phone call? One of you guys the other day mentioned the phone call between Lori and her sister, and I had it clipped, but I hadn't edited it down. And so I've got that to pull up for you guys to look at or listen to. It's crazy. Roaches in the timeout room. Well, how do roaches get in the timeout room? You're supposed to keep that place clean, Mark. He could have sprayed. I'm just trying to think something that you would do in a new home, like could they have had like could they have been spraying some kind of chemical or something? But still, for it to explode like that, that's crazy. Some of the neighbors that were hurt were in their own home. He said that homes within 24 homes were affected by this explosion, had some kind of damage or something from it. Yeah, call the exterminator, Mark. You got to pay for the exterminator on your bill, Mark. I'm not paying for you to have an exterminator in the timeout room. That's your area. Oh, Anne says she's going to jump to the conclusions the husband did it. I'm sure the husband had something to do with it, because since he was in the home, he probably did something. But I'm sure he did. You think he did it on purpose? The house was already built. They had their appliances in there. Unless you think, I mean, I would think that if someone is going to stage that for an insurance claim, they would have gotten the heck out. We need to form an HOA. Y'all are not right. Uh-oh, we got movement. We got movement on the camera. Judge must be walking in soon. Yeah, I used to be very paranoid about using my gas stove. It was one of those, it wasn't a flat top. It was nice though. But she's like, "Morning, I have my Shih Tzu Yorkie updo today. Woohoo!" I'm a freaking idiot. Oh, y'all can't see it. I'm looking at Law and Crime. Let me switch over to Law and Crime. They got a better feed, I guess. Somebody's behind. I'm going to back up a little bit. Morning. Morning, Judge. Watch her. Let's see. Don't worry, they haven't started yet. There's just it's like they're all just coming in. I'm confused by that. There she is. Y'all go ahead and y'all make comments about her hair now.
All right, it's 10:30 a.m. Time set for trial in State of Arizona versus Lori Daybell, CR 2021-001704. The parties are present, jury's not present. Are we ready to bring in the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense ready to bring in the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead.
I'm talking again and I'm muted. Court TV seems just a few minutes behind Law and Crime, but let's see who has the better audio, and then we'll decide who we're going to watch today. Judge is looking pretty in blue. I like that. What's his last name? I forgot.
All right, please be seated. The jury is present. The state may call its next witness.
The state will call Detective Nate Duncan.
Oh, Detective Duncan.
Go ahead and stand up.
This is the main guy. Oh, and by the way, the state is going to rest either today or tomorrow. So we're getting close. This thing could go into jury deliberations by early next week. Thank you for asking that question, Becky, because I did want to state that.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Good morning. My name is Nathan Duncan. I'm a detective with the Chandler Police Department Robbery Homicide Unit.
How long have you worked for Chandler Police Department?
Well, I'm 2 months shy of 25 years.
Can you tell us the different areas you have worked?
After graduating from the academy in September of 2000, I went into the patrol unit, as a patrol unit, for about three and a half years. I then left there and became a detective, working for approximately the next 11 years in our property crime section. And in the last 10 plus years, have been working in the robbery homicide unit.
In your career, have you been asked to write search warrants to obtain and review cell phone records?
I have.
In your career, have you been asked to write and obtain search warrants for iCloud records?
Yes, I have.
And in your career, have you been asked to basically write search warrants for all different types of social media and digital media?
Yes.
On July 11th of 2019, were you working that day?
I was.
And what were your hours at that time?
During that time, so weekdays, days, And I believe at the time I was on a Tuesday through Friday schedule, 10-hour shifts.
So on Thursday, July 11th of 2019, did you learn of a shooting at 5531 South Four Peaks Place in Chandler?
I did.
How did you learn about it?
I actually had learned by listening to the radio, or heard the call kick out and of the shooting at the Four Peaks location. And then soon after that, received a phone call to assist detectives at that location.
When you arrived at the scene, what can you describe for us what you saw?
Yes, I believe I parked to the west of the location. When I arrived, I saw crime scene tape had already been placed. There were emergency vehicles such as fire vehicles and police present already. I then walked towards the front of the house where other detectives had gathered and spoke with them regarding the case, and then we were given tasks.
When you arrived, was Alex Cox still on scene, or did you see him?
I did see him from a distance. He was seated on the sidewalk. I did not get close to him and did not know who he was at the time.
When you arrived, do you know if Lori Vallow was there?
I never saw her.
When you arrived and you said you met with other detectives, were you given an assignment or task to do?
I was.
What was that?
I was asked to assist Detective Coons with the crime scene and basically be an extra set of eyes and hands for him when processing this crime scene.
Okay. So you're with Detective Coons. Was there also anyone else assisting you?
At some point, Detective Werther was there as well. And we had a patrol officer that was standing by helping us, and also a crime scene investigator with us.
Okay. Before you can enter the house, did you obtain, or did you have someone write a search warrant so you could go in the house?
Yes,
So does that mean you guys had to just kind of wait around for that to be approved?
absolutely.
And then ultimately, did you enter the scene around 11:53 in the morning?
We did.
When you were helping to process this scene, you were not the case agent, right?
No, I was not.
Were you aware of the time of the 911, when the 911 call was placed?
I was aware at the time, at that particular moment. No, I was not.
Okay. Is that something you learned later?
Yes,
Did you include that in your report at some point?
I did.
Did you get the time correct in your report?
I did not.
Have you since verified through listening to the 911 call and looking at the CAD report of the time of that 911 call?
Yes, the correct time on the 911 call is 8:36 hours that I noticed through the 911 call and CAD in reviewing for this. Then I did notice that in my supplemental report, I noted the wrong time of 8:32.
Okay. Were you aware of who made the 911 call?
I was.
And who was that?
Alex Cox.
So when you are finally allowed to enter the home, can you tell us what you observed when you first walked in?
Well, prior to walking in, we had a crime scene technician go through and take overall photographs of the entire residence. After that, we utilized the Lizard Q system to take additional photographs. Once that was complete, then we made entry in to make our own observations. The front door faces to the west of this home, and as you enter, there's a small foyer. Lula's white and black checkered flooring, and then you step into what I refer to as a great room that had no furnishings. There was a mirror on the north wall, a large picture window on the east wall, a mirror on the south wall, and a mirror on the west wall. I noticed the body of the deceased, later identified as Charles Vallow, laying on the western portion of the room. He was in what we call the supine position, with his head to the north and his feet to the south, and his arms on each side of his body.
Okay. When you saw Charles Vallow, did he appear to be fit?
Yes.
When you went into the scene, did you notice a lot of blood around the scene?
We did not.
When you were looking at Charles Vallow, you told us that his hands were each to his sides, correct?
Correct.
Did you notice any blood on his left hand?
I did.
Where did you notice that?
I noticed some blood in the webbing, we call the webbing of Charles's left hand. And in seeing that blood and with not seeing any other blood, the only source of blood for that to come in contact with would have been on Charles' chest. So I felt that that could have been from him placing his hand to his chest at one point before finally coming to rest.
So the flooring around where Charles's hand was, there was no blood around that floor area.
Correct.
That is so odd to me.
I'm going to put up, if I can have the Elmo.
How is there no
Exhibit
blood on
40.
the floor?
There we go. All right, so what we see here in Exhibit 40, when you arrived, fire had already gone in, done whatever treatment, and removed themselves from the residence, right?
Yes.
So you can still see some of their equipment attached to Charles, correct?
Correct.
And then what we're looking at here is his left hand.
Yeah, his left hand on top of his left thumb and on the side of his left index finger.
And I'm putting 41 up. Is that what you observed?
Yes.
So even around Mr. Vallow, did you notice a lot of pooling of blood around him?
I did not.
Did you notice more sort of after the medical examiner's office came and enrolled him and moved him around?
Yes.
You talked about mirrors in that room. Did you notice any cracks or damage to any of those mirrors?
I did not.
Did you see the bat in the room?
I did.
Was that on Charles's right or left side?
It was on his right side above his, more north of his head.
And when you are processing that room, are you looking for any potential blood evidence that's not just on or around Charles Vallow?
Yes, we are. We're constantly looking for any kind of blood evidence that would help us tell the story. Any kind of movement of somebody who had bled and then moved through the house to try to better explain what had happened.
So in this case, did you check that wood floor in that we'll call great room for any blood drops or spatters or smears that might be on the floor that wasn't like right under Charles?
Yes.
Did you find any?
No.
Did you go into the other rooms in the house and help search for any other blood evidence?
I did.
And did you note any blood drops or smears or anything else on the flooring or walls in any other rooms?
Not on the flooring or walls. The only other location of blood that was present would have been on the faucet of the kitchen sink.
And that was that small drop right on the faucet itself? Or
I would more smear, or I would call it a drop, but yeah, there was a red substance consistent with blood on that faucet.
okay. Were you looking around the room for any towels or shirts or anything else that may have been used to, whether it was clean up or stop bleeding?
They were.
Did you find any?
No.
At some point, as you are going through the scene, did you go into what I'm going to call the pink room?
The pink room,
With the gun.
Yes, I did.
Put up an exhibit here. When you went into that room, were you, and I guess I can call it the pink as well as black and white striped room, Exhibit 71. Did you observe this orange duffel bag, the garbage bag with some clothes, and then the gun laying on the floor next to the duffel bag?
I did.
Were you responsible for making that gun safe?
I was.
What did you do to make the gun safe?
So obviously, we, with help of our crime scene technician, we photograph the gun, the bag, and everything as it is in place. That's how we found it. At that point, I would place some gloves on and pick up the gun, also looking for any kind of blood or biological evidence on the gun while I'm looking at the gun. I would eventually do what's called making the gun safe. I would remove the magazine from the gun, set that aside, and then cycle the slide to remove any kind of cartridge that's inside of the chamber. In this case, this is a Springfield XD handgun. The magazine was released and removed. The cycle was manipulated, and a single .45 caliber cartridge fell out.
I'm going to put up a couple. We see in 78 is sort of that your hand holding the magazine that you removed.
It is.
And then 86 is that your hand with the single casing?
Yes, it is.
When you were going through this evidence, was there inside that orange bag that we see in Exhibit 82 a gun case?
Yes,
Did that gun case have any locks on it?
it did not.
It's just plastic clasp to hold it closed?
Correct.
And was there extra magazines inside that gun case?
There were.
Now, when you process a scene and the evidence is then taken to police impound, do you sometimes go through it better there away from the scene?
Yes.
I'm going to put up Exhibit 81 here, that orange duffel bag. I think it's this way. Did you later go through the duffel bag?
I did.
And is there an outside pocket on that?
There is.
Did you locate a debit card in there?
I did.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 234. Do you recognize Exhibit 234?
I do.
And what is that?
It's a health savings account card in the name of Alexander Cox.
State will move to admit Exhibit 234.
Any objection?
I hear him. I'm thinking.
234 is admitted.
So, Alexander Cox, is that the name of the person who called 911?
Yes, it is.
And when you are, let me ask you a little bit about the gun a little more. So this gun that you made safe, when you're looking at it, did you look at all the sides of it to see if there was, again, any blood evidence on it?
Yes.
Did you see any?
I did not.
And that's something you are going to check to make sure you don't potentially change the way it looks?
Correct.
Did you know when you went in to process the scene that Alex Cox had an injury to the back of his head?
I don't know. When I went in, no, I did not.
Did you learn at some point that he did?
Yes.
Knowing that he had an injury to his head, did that play in? Well, let me ask you, when did you learn that?
I believe it was during the investigation. We learned that Alex had sustained an injury to his head. So with that, made us more aware of potential other blood evidence, and that's why we were looking for that.
Okay. So is that why one of the reasons why you're looking on this gun to see if there was any blood transferred from him potentially touching his injury and manipulating the gun at some point.
Yes, from our understanding, it was there was some sort of assault with this, or assault with a bat, and then Alex then retrieved to the bedroom to get the gun. So our understanding is if you get hit with a bat and you're bleeding, that you hopefully bring some sort of blood evidence onto the gun, and then what happens after, there's more blood evidence as well.
So you would have documented that and then made sure it was collected if you'd seen that.
Absolutely.
But here we photographed the gun without any blood evidence on it.
Yes.
Do you also, when you obtain a gun, look at the serial number?
Yes.
Why is that relevant?
We want to know who it returns to, who owns that gun.
And did you determine who owned that gun?
We did.
Who owned the gun, the Exhibit 247, that's Springfield?
Alex Cox.
Now, at some point, we've heard the medical examiner came to remove Charles Vallow's body, correct?
Yes,
And were you present when that happened?
I was.
And did you and the others that were processing the scene clean up the blood on the floor that had been left underneath him?
I did.
And when you were cleaning up the blood, did you notice anything on the floor that stood out to you where he had been located?
Yes, I did.
What did you notice?
When cleaning up the blood, I immediately noticed a defect in the floor consistent with a bullet strike that would have been close to or right on this area where the exit wound would have been on Charles' left shoulder.
So you had seen the floor and been processing that room while Charles was laying there, correct?
Right.
And once his body was removed, there's a pool of blood underneath where he was.
Correct.
And in that area, I'm going to put up Exhibit 60, is where you then observed that bullet strike.
That is correct.
I'm going to put up a little bit further back of one. Hold on. Let me put up 56. Although it's harder to see, the marker itself is next to where that bullet strike is.
Yes.
So when you are seeing this, what comes to your mind at that point?
Well, in this scene, we're trying to make sense of kind of what happened with limited information. We know we have two casings, and we know we have two projectiles. We have a projectile that's into the wall, and we also have a projectile that is near Charles' body. We believe, obviously, the first shot or a shot went through and through his body, causing two holes and entered into the wall. The other shot we have is a low left abdominal entry, and what we believe, and not confirmed until autopsy, but an upper left trajectory near his shoulder. We looked through the room to where this projectile could have exited throughout the room and then landed in that spot near where Charles was. And we did not see anything until his body was removed and the blood was cleaned up.
So you're looking like walls and trying to find any other location where the bullet may have struck and bounced back and ended up in the floor there.
Correct.
And you didn't find any defects or any holes or anything other than the one bullet that was in that baseboard.
Correct.
So when you see this now, did you feel that was consistent with the bullet striking the floor underneath Charles and him being on the floor when he was shot?
100%.
Because of that, did you end up actually cutting out and collecting that board?
We did.
And then you said that you were wanting to know if that was confirmed during an autopsy, correct?
Yes.
Did you attend the autopsy?
I did not.
During this initial investigation on July 11th of 2019, did you ever search Charles Vallow's rental car?
I did not.
So Laurie Vallow had his car all day and nobody looked inside of it.
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Initially, as a person who was just working the scene with Detective Kuntz, did that sort of end your investigation or your involvement for at least July 11th?
Yes.
What was your next involvement in this case?
My next involvement had some prior to June of 2020. June of 2020 is when I was assigned the status of case agent in this case. Prior to that, I did help Detective Moffat with analyzing and just sorting through iCloud phone records and other data for him.
So we have heard about cell phones that had been extracted from retired Detective McDonald. That was Charles Vallow's cell phone. So
Yes.
is that one item of evidence that had been collected?
Yes.
Did you review any of that extracted data?
Yes, I did.
Did those extractions include things from emails,
Yes.
text messages,
Yes.
sort of anything you might expect to see on anyone's smartphone?
Correct.
When you are looking through this, did you look through both Charles' iPhone extraction and later some iCloud account extractions?
I did.
What are iClouds?
The best way to describe an iCloud is it's cloud storage for Apple products. If you have a MacBook or a phone or a Mac computer and you use an iCloud email address, and then the information from all of those would be stored under one iCloud account.
So someone can intentionally store things there?
Yes, you can choose what you want to store in there. A lot of times there's a default on there, but you can go through and manipulate as to what you want saved in your cloud or backed up in your cloud.
So there can also be things, if a default is on, that are people may be not even aware that are being saved up there.
Correct.
I say up there as if it's really a cloud, but whatever. When you were reviewing this data, did you, without going into anything specifics, did you see interactions between Charles Vallow and Lori Vallow prior to about June 27th of 2019?
I did.
And did you see interactions with Charles Vallow and Lori Vallow after June 27th of 2019?
Yes,
Did you see a change in those interactions?
definitely.
Did you learn from reviewing Charles Vallow's cell phone extraction and iCloud accounts that Charles had found an email sent to Chad Daybell that was purportedly written by him?
Yes, I did.
Did that involve an email address, kkwalker75 at Yahoo?
Yes, it did.
Did Charles Vallow, in fact, save a copy of that email into his account?
Yes, he did.
In reviewing Charles Vallow's cell phone extraction and iCloud account prior to this time in June, had you seen any use of this kkwalker75 at yahoo.com email address? Prior to June 27th of 2019, had you seen Charles Vallow utilizing that email address?
Had I seen Charles utilize it? Sorry, no, I did not.
Okay. So even though you're going through his account, you're seeing emails by him, right?
Right.
And you're seeing emails that are saved into his own iCloud account.
Yes.
But nothing in there was saved prior to June of 27th of 2019 relating to kkwalker75 at yahoo.com.
That is correct.
Was the first time that you kind of became aware of this account when you saw that Charles had saved an email and then began texting Lori Vallow about it?
Yes.
Did you find multiple text messages or SMS messages from Charles Vallow to Lori Vallow relating to this letter?
Yes, I did.
Did you find evidence that Charles Vallow, after discovering this email, contacted Chad Daybell?
Yes.
Did you find evidence that after Charles Vallow found this KK Walker 75 email address, that Charles Vallow contacted Chad Daybell's wife, Tammy Daybell?
Yes.
Was a search warrant executed on Yahoo for that KK Walker 75 at yahoo.com?
It was.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 289. Does 289 include first an affidavit from Yahoo authenticating the KK Walker 75 at yahoo.com account?
It does.
Does it include information for the subscriber?
It does.
And does it include a portion of the emails associated with that account?
Yes, it is.
When you looked at the subscriber information, what was the name of the person subscribing to this?
Karen Walker.
Did that person provide a phone number?
Yes, they did.
And so when they're subscribing to sign this up, is that often a requirement to provide some sort of phone number or way to authenticate these?
Yes,
Did you recognize that phone number?
I did.
How did you recognize it?
The phone number was linked to an old phone number for Lori Vallow.
Was that her 480 phone number?
Yeah, last ending in 4652.
So you had seen text messages from Lori Vallow to other family members and people under that phone number
Correct.
in her iCloud account?
Correct.
Did you also know when that account was opened?
Yes, it was opened in April, get the exact date, April of 2019, April 21st.
April 21st of 2019. Would that have been when Lori Vallow and Charles Vallow were now in Houston?
Yes,
Did you also note in the context itself reference to requesting Chad Daybell come out to Houston?
I did.
The state will move to admit 289 pursuant to 803 and 902.
Any objection?
Relevance, Your Honor.
289 submitted.
If I may publish.
Go ahead.
So zoom in a little closer for us. Is this the subscriber information that Yahoo sent? Let me first say, so they send you an authentication, correct? And then they sent you subscriber information. Is that what you were looking at, where you noted a phone number that you recognized as belonging to Lori Vallow?
Yes.
And again, this shows when the account was created on Sunday, April 21st.
Yes.
But the name associated was Karen Walker.
Correct.
Were you provided with a timeline of when this account was used?
I was.
So April 21st through June 26th?
Yes.
In looking at Charles Vallow's iCloud account and cell phone extraction, was this right before he discovered that email?
Yes.
Now, some of the emails that were sent starting sort of April 21st were to Brother Daybell, to Chad Daybell.
Yes,
And we see up here to Chad Daybell, correct?
correct.
And then we see the date of Sunday, April 21st of
Correct.
2019.
Yes,
And so in this email, do we see that Karen is inviting Brother Daybell to Houston?
yes,
In these messages was a final message, one that you found saved by Charles Vallow on or around June 27th or 28th. This, what we see is exhibit again 289.
correct.
In this message, it's from the KK Walker email.
It is.
So these prior emails, we saw a person purporting to be Karen Walker using Lori Daybell's phone number, writing to Brother Daybell, right?
Yes,
But here we see someone again from this same email now purporting to be Charles Vallow.
yes,
Again, talking about a Preparing the People conference.
correct.
And had you heard of the Preparing the People conference before?
I had.
Is that something that Lori Vallow was involved in?
Yes,
And is that something we've heard about through testimony here at court?
we have.
In this, does Charles Vallow, or the person writing this email, again ask Chad Daybell to come out to visit,
Yes,
to help write a book?
correct.
And so is this then the email that Charles then began reaching out to Lori, Chad, and Tammy about?
Yes,
We had heard from Adam that he also had learned of this. Did you see evidence of Charles Vallow also sending this letter that we see in 289 to Adam?
I did.
Based upon your review of the case and the dates on here, did Charles Vallow begin confronting Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell about the affair less than 2 weeks before he was killed?
He did.
And did you in fact see emails that Charles Vallow sent to Chad Daybell on June 29th and 30th?
I did.
And did you in fact see emails that Charles Vallow sent to Tammy Daybell on June 29th and June 30th of 2019?
I did.
At the time on June 29th, 30th, where was Charles residing at that time?
During that time, Charles was in Houston, Texas.
During that time, where was Lori Vallow?
She was in Arizona.
We have this timeline where Charles Vallow begins reaching out to Lori and Chad's wife about this affair. Was the first time that Charles Vallow saw Lori Vallow after this, him discovering this email on July 11th of 2019?
I believe so. There was a scheduled trip around the 4th of July, but was canceled. So the next time they would have seen each other would have been July 11th.
So based upon your review of SMS messages, iCloud accounts, did Charles help Lori move here to Arizona about a week before this email?
Yes,
So he had seen her prior to learning about this,
correct.
and then when he came out here to see JJ.
Yes.
When you were reviewing, well, let me ask you this. Were search warrants executed to obtain not only Charles Vallow's iCloud accounts, but Lori Vallow's iCloud accounts?
Yes, they were.
Were there two different iCloud accounts that were, that search warrants were executed on?
Yes,
Was one of them Lori for Style at iCloud.com?
it was.
And was the other one Lolly Time at iCloud.com?
It was.
In reviewing those records, did you ever find evidence, screenshots of flights that Lori Vallow went to Idaho in March of 2019?
I did.
And did you ever find evidence, screenshots of flights that Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow flew back to Arizona together on March 19th of 2019? Now, we heard from Adam Cox last week. When you, and he testified about text messages and interactions that he and Charles had leading up to July 11th. When you were going through the extractions of Charles Vallow's phone, did you see text messages between Charles Vallow and Adam Cox?
Yes.
And did those match what we observed? And I'm going to put up 210 here that was previously admitted. Were these the messages that were previously admitted, Exhibit 210, the same ones you saw in Charles Vallow's phone?
Yes, they are.
Okay. When you were reviewing the text messages or SMS messages for July 11th of 2019, do phones and the extractions advise when a message is received as well as when it's read?
It would show that, yes, in the Cellbyte report. Yes.
Okay. So, for instance, we see here a time and a read, correct?
Correct.
So when a message is incoming, it'll show when it's read.
Correct.
Obviously, when it's outgoing, we don't have that, correct? Right. So as you were looking at those messages on the cell phone extraction, did you see as Charles is arriving, he's sending messages to Adam?
Yes, that's correct.
And then he receives a message from Adam at 7:36:19.
Yes.
And he read that. I'm going to pull in just a little closer so we can see. At 7:36:27.
Yes.
So just a few seconds later.
Correct.
And then again, he gets that message from Adam. They're planning something. And did he again read that like simultaneously?
Yes.
And then did Charles send a message within a few seconds of reading that? Absolutely.
Correct.
And then again, this timing is just within seconds, like just ongoing conversation.
Yes.
Do we see that just a few seconds later, Adam sends a message to Charles? I was supposed to spend the night at the house last night. She probably blocked that.
Yes, I do.
And then again, another 20 seconds later, Charles sends Adam a message. What you do is up to you.
Yes.
Then we see that Adam sends a message back to Charles again within another 17 seconds or something. I'm going to put the pressure to have him come get me now, see what he says. And that was read again, when?
12:13.
And again, did Adam send a second message where he says, okay, and when was that read?
12:13.
And then Adam sends another message now. So these first two were at 7:37:29 and 7:37:39.
Yes.
And those were not read like these other ones almost simultaneously, correct?
Correct.
So after Charles said, what you do is up to you, it doesn't appear that he is any longer reading those emails.
Correct.
Or text messages, I apologize. The last text message that Adam sent then at 7:49 and 34 seconds was, "Me and Zach are going to the Stake Center tonight at 8 to play basketball. Holmes is always there, either playing ball or interviewing people. I will try to catch him to have a conversation with my old friend," right?
Correct.
When was that read?
12:13 as well.
Is Charles Vallow alive at 12:13?
He is not.
So someone else is reading those.
Yes.
And this is coming from the extraction of Charles Vallow's phone.
Correct.
Do you know who was in possession of Charles Vallow's phone at 12:13 p.m. on July 11th of 2019?
Lori.
How do you know that?
She told us, and she turned the phone back over to us later that afternoon.
Did you ever find any other evidence that Lori Vallow and Alex Cox went through Charles Vallow's phone on July 11th of 2019?
Yes.
During this investigation, what we had already heard through Detective Werther, that a search warrant was executed on Alex Cox's Verizon cell phone, 480-351-9120. And were you familiar with those records?
I am.
As part of the records that Verizon sent, and this is Exhibit 222 that has previously been admitted, did Verizon provide subscriber information?
Yes.
And that came back to Alex Cox.
Correct.
Did Verizon provide phone calls,
Yes.
cell phone data,
Yes.
cell tower data?
Yes.
And did they also provide some images that were saved by Verizon for associated with this phone number for Alex Cox?
They did.
Is that something that is with every carrier?
No, it's hit or miss as to whether you get them or not. Some carriers save them for longer, some save for shorter periods of time. Some don't save them at all.
Were these images, did the images themselves have any type of time date stamp on them?
The image other than itself, it's an image of a phone with a time in the corner of the phone.
Okay.
And
So let me put up, I'm going to put up some of these images that were from this. So many of us talk about a screenshot, right? Is this a screenshot?
no,
Why not? How do we know it's not?
because obviously in this case, you can actually see the entire phone and you also have a counter in the background.
So in this image that Verizon sent, it's showing an actual phone. Have you seen Charles Vallow's phone?
Yes.
Did it look like the same shape as his phone?
Yes.
We see a time of 2:13 p.m., correct?
Correct.
When you were going through Charles Vallow's phone itself and the extraction, did you see this message between Charles Vallow and Adam Cox?
I did.
Did in fact Charles place the flight or book a flight for Adam Cox to come to Phoenix?
He did.
Was there another image showing a closer up of the portion of that call with the flight information for Adam Cox?
Yes.
And did it also include a screenshot where Adam talks about going to see Lori at her house and having a talk with her and keeping his phone on record?
Yes.
And were these all messages, text messages between Adam and Charles that you found on the extraction report?
They are.
And these are images that were saved by Verizon associated to Alex Cox's phone?
Yes.
So the Chandler Police Department had Charles's phone back in their possession by 3 or so in the afternoon of July 11th, correct?
Yes.
And it's been in Chandler Police Department's possession?
It has.
And yet the Verizon records for Alex Cox show photographs of Charles's phone and those conversations between Charles and Adam.
Yes.
Now, did you learn in this investigation whether or not Lori Vallow knew the PIN to enter Charles's phone?
I did.
And did she in fact provide that to Detective Inclan so that it was easy to get into Charles's phone?
Yes.
So on July 11th, Lori Vallow has Charles Vallow's phone and she knows the PIN number to access it.
Mhm. Yes.
And it's in her possession.
Correct.
Did you ever find evidence that Alex Cox sent those photos of Charles Vallow's phone showing Adam's flight reservations to Lori Vallow on July 13th of 2019?
I did.
Again, we're talking about those iCloud accounts. Did you find that when you were reviewing the lollytime@icloud.com account information?
Yes.
I can have my paralegal approach with 231. I apologize. I should have also given you 226 as well. Do you recognize 236 there as the affidavit for the lollytime@icloud.com account information?
I do.
When you were investigating this case and you obtained a search warrant for the lollytime@icloud account, how did you authenticate or know that those records were related to Lori Vallow?
So first and foremost, the account lists her phone number in the 956, ending in 9562, associating that number with the account. Secondly, you can go through the content of the account and you see contacts familiar to Lori. You see text messages where she's texting and people are calling her by her name of Lori. You also have photographs and videos on the account that could all associate that account to Lori.
Did that lollytime@icloud account even include photographs of Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell's wedding?
I did.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit Exhibit 226, which is the affidavit, as well as Exhibit 231, the photographs.
Any objection?
Relevance, Your Honor.
All right. Give me the numbers again, 226, 231.
226 and 231.
226, 231 are admitted.
And if I may publish.
Go ahead.
So when we're talking about the iCloud account, are you able to kind of go through this extraction, what is provided to you by Apple, and look for things separated in terms of like emails or text messages or photographs?
Yes.
And then are you also able to then determine both sources and timestamps for some of those things?
You are, yes.
So looking at this report from the Apple iCloud account, do we see the lollytime@icloud as a source?
Yes.
And then we see a timestamp over here of 7:13 at 5:57 p.m.
Correct.
And then this, does that mean that's converted for Arizona time?
The UTC -7 mean it is Arizona time, yes.
Okay. And then we see from Alex Cox, the 9120 number, the one that we were talking about just recently, correct? So in this report, we see that there's 3 photographs that were sent.
Thumbnails of those, yes.
And then were those photographs also obtained or saved in the iCloud account?
Yes, they were.
And so again, showing those, were these the same 3 photographs that you had found in Alex Cox's Verizon records?
They are.
And looking at this, what day was Adam returning?
He was Sunday, July 14th.
So this message, this text message and photographs was sent on the 13th prior to Adam returning.
Yes.
Now, I want to talk to you a little bit about that timeline and what you understood when we start including all this information in. Learn that Charles Vallow's phone left the area of 5531 South Four Peaks Place around 7:49 a.m. on July 11th.
Yes, I did.
So what we see is it's around the time that Adam sent that last text message.
Correct.
Based upon the GPS data from Charles Vallow's cell phone, when she left with Charles's phone around 7:49 a.m., and the 911 call being received at 8:36 a.m., how much time lapsed?
17 minutes? The time?
From 7:49
49?
to 8:36, was that 46?
47 minutes?
So if we have heard testimony from Dr. Baumgartner that Charles Vallow, when he was shot in the heart, would have taken up to a couple minutes to die after he was shot in the heart, and Lori Vallow has told Detective Inclan that she left right after Charles was shot, would that mean that Charles Vallow just lay dead on the floor for 45 minutes before Alex Cox called 911 at best?
Yes.
When you were looking at those Verizon cell phone records for Alex Cox, Exhibit 222, did you look at when and to whom Alex Cox called?
I did, yes.
Now, when you are looking at cell phone records, do they often include sort of dates and times of phone numbers, phone calls, durations, and those sorts of things?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to use the back of one of these here. So when we start looking at July 11th, is the first call that we see on Alex Cox's phone him making an outgoing call?
Yes.
And do we see who he calls?
Lori.
So this 480-692-9562 number is one of the phone numbers that you have obtained a search warrant for that was subscribed to Lori Vallow.
Correct.
And when did that occur?
7:52 a.m.
So Lori Vallow leaves the house at 7:49 with Charles's phone, and 3 minutes later, Alex calls her.
Yes.
And did that last for?
Under a minute, I believe.
Under a minute. 49 seconds.
Yes.
Did you look at the next call that Adam Cox made on July 11th?
I did.
Was that what we see here at 8:06 a.m.?
Yes, set for the UTC -7 is 8:06 a.m. and that lasted for 55 seconds.
Who was that to?
Also placed to Lori.
So if Lori Vallow left the house at 7:49 with Charles Vallow's phone, how much time has lapsed when Alex calls her this second time? I know it's math. Is it about 17 minutes?
Right, 17 minutes, yeah.
Okay. And actually, I think so at this point, has Alex called 911 yet at 8:06 a.m.?
At 8:06, he has not, no.
So at 8:06, Alex Cox calls Lori a second time, and Charles Vallow has now been laying on the floor for at least dead for at least 17 minutes.
Correct.
Understanding that the 911 call isn't made till 8:36, Alex Cox waits another 30 minutes before he calls 911.
Yes.
Did Lori Vallow ever call 911?
No.
Neither of her calls, neither of her phones,
None.
not on Charles's phone.
No.
And do we in fact see the 911 call that was made by Alex Cox on these records?
Yes.
And it shows it as these ones have not been converted, right?
Yeah, it's not converted, but the time converting that to the -7 would be 8:35:54 seconds.
So when we see the 911 call, that's the connection time with the dispatch was 8:36 basically.
Yes.
So we knew from Charles Vallow's phone and from body cam that Lori Vallow returns to 5531 South Four Peaks at about 8:48 a.m., correct?
Yes.
As you are looking through these phone records, are you looking to also identify whether or not what people are saying matches what we'll call the digital, the unchangeable evidence?
Yeah.
So you were present when Adam Cox testified, correct?
Correct.
And do you recall him testifying that he called his brother Alex on July 9th to see if he could stay with him?
Yes.
Did you look to see if Alex Cox records show if Adam called him?
I did.
So if we looked at Exhibit 222, those Verizon records for Adam Cox, would we see on July 9th at 13:21 hours that Adam called Alex?
Correct.
Did that call last over 20 minutes?
It did.
Did you also hear Adam testify that he tried to reach Alex when he got to Phoenix on July 10th?
Yes.
And again, if we looked at Exhibit 222, Alex Cox's Verizon records, did you see any attempts by Adam to reach his brother Alex?
I did.
Did you see a call on July 10th at 3:22 p.m.?
Yes.
Did that not connect? There was no conversation time.
Correct.
Did you see a text message from Adam to Alex on Alex's records, Exhibit 222, at 3:23 p.m. on July 10th?
Yes.
Now, these records did not have the context of that, correct?
Correct.
But you can see that Adam sent a text message to his brother Alex.
Yes.
Did you see Alex ever call or text back his brother Adam?
Never.
Did you see another text from Adam to his brother Alex in Exhibit 222 at 6:28 p.m.?
Yes.
Did you see a response back from Alex to Adam?
I did not.
We also heard Adam testify And we saw in those text messages that between Adam and Charles on July 11th, that Adam said he was going to reach out to Alex and see what he did, right?
Right.
Did you look at Exhibit 222, these Verizon records, to see whether or not Adam, in fact, had reached out to Alex?
Yeah.
And does Exhibit 222 show that at 7:40 a.m. on July 11th of 2019, that Adam, in fact, texted his brother Alex?
Yes.
Did you see a response from Alex to Adam?
I did not.
So did Alex's cell phone records, Exhibit 222, sort of confirm or match what Adam was saying about trying to reach his brother?
They did.
When you were going through the extraction of Charles Vallow's cell phone, did you ever find a copy of a lease agreement for 5531 South Four Peaks?
I did.
If I could have my paralegal approach with 212.
Okay.
Do you recognize Exhibit 212?
I do.
Is that a lease agreement for 5531 South Four Peaks Place in Chandler that you found in that extraction of Charles Vallow's phone?
It is.
If I could have that back. The state will move to admit Exhibit 212.
Any objection?
It doesn't look like the complete amount, but okay. No objection.
Objection. 212 is admitted.
So did this sort of photo of a document that you found on Charles's phone show the lease date?
It did.
And when was that?
June 22nd, 2019 to end on June 30th of 2022.
So a 3-year lease.
Correct.
Based upon your investigation, speaking with people as well as just going through Charles Vallow's iCloud account, his cell phone, where was Charles Vallow living in June and July of 2019?
In Houston.
Did you, in fact, find evidence that Charles Vallow had flown to Phoenix on July 10th of 2019?
Yes.
So we had talked a little earlier that in addition to the Lolly Time account, that there was a Lori for Style iCloud account, correct?
Yes.
In terms of the Lori for Style at iCloud account, how did you identify that iCloud account as being associated with Lori Vallow?
Very similar to the Lolly Time account. The phone number ending in 9562 is listed as the subscriber phone number. Also the content of the phone, looking at photographs, videos, and communication with others. That is also the Lori for Style iCloud is a address that she actually gave to Banner Insurance as well.
Do we see in the Lori for Style two different phone numbers, both the 808-755-5452 and the 480-692-9562 number assigned to that subscriber?
You do.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 224 and 225. And do you recognize 224 as the affidavit from the iCloud records authenticating them?
Yes.
And is 225 some of the SMS or text messages that were saved in the Lori for Style at iCloud.com records?
Yes, they are.
State will move to admit 224 through 225. Oh, 224 and 225, sorry.
224 and 225 are admitted.
When you were going through the Lori for Style iCloud account records, did you ever find any recordings in that iCloud account related to Chad Daybell?
I did.
Did you find a recording from November 17th of 2018 of Chad Daybell in Arizona?
Yes, it was him speaking at a Preparing of People event.
And have we heard testimony from witnesses who attended a Preparing the People conference here in November of 2018?
Yes.
In the Lori for Style at iCloud account, did you find text message or SMS messages saved between Lori Vallow and her brother Alex Cox?
Yes.
When you were looking through these records, had you become aware of the name Ned?
Yes.
What was the relevance of that name in your investigation?
Through this investigation, we had learned that Ned was the name of a dark spirit that had taken over Charles' body. And so in knowing this, I went through these records looking for a mention of Ned and to the reference and how it was used.
And was this, when we talk about the dark spirit, is this something that through your investigation, as we've heard in court, was a name that Lori had associated or given to Charles Vallow?
Yes.
In Exhibit 225, are these messages in the Lori for Style iCloud account between Lori Vallow and her brother Alex Cox, where they're talking about Ned?
Yes, they are.
Was the first time that you found that reference to Ned from February 15th of 2019 from Alex Cox to Lori Vallow?
Yes, it is.
And is that where we see Alex saying that Ned was at the temple yesterday looking for you? He thinks you are staying with me.
Correct.
And so again, we see the source is the Lori for Style, correct?
Yes.
And we see this is Lori Vallow's iCloud account, correct? And that's the number that we have associated with her with T-Mobile?
Yes.
And then Alex Cox's Verizon record.
Correct.
During your investigation on February 15th of 2019, is this the time period where Lori Vallow had disappeared and was no longer in contact with Charles Vallow?
Yes.
Is this the time period where Charles had JJ by himself?
Yes.
And do we see then Lori Vallow saying, that's good that he is so off, I guess?
Yes.
The next time we see the reference to Ned is that in March 2nd of 2019, again from Alex Cox to Lori Vallow?
Yes.
And does he advise, Ned just came by and Tylee unleashed on him. He came to my house and he went to Summers first. He ran up in a rental car.
Correct.
So again, your understanding is from this investigation, from testimony at court, that Ned was Charles.
Yes.
Now, again, we talk about, there was a time period when Lori is, both we've heard in Hawaii and in Idaho, correct?
Correct.
Do we also see Alex trying to get Lori Vallow's new address?
Yes.
And she gives him a lollytimeforever@gmail.com, correct?
Correct.
So that's another address that she had.
Yes.
Now we heard, again, Ned being associated to Charles. Do we have a text message on March 26th of 2019 from Alex to Lori saying, Ned is still alive, just confirmed?
Correct.
This next message, is that from Lori Vallow to Alex?
Yes.
And it says, it's not Ned, right?
Correct.
So it's not even a he, it's. And then we have another message, it's a new one, Ned is gone.
Correct.
So is this around the time where we've heard of that girls' weekend,
Yes.
where they were trying to cast out the evil spirit in Charles?
Correct.
As you continued in this Lori for style, do we see again Lori texting Alex saying, no one has seen him, right? Just talk to him.
Correct.
And then Alex says, correct, Charles' body is alive, right?
Yes.
So in your investigation and through the testimony here at trial, have you heard people indicate that Charles's body was possessed by an evil spirit?
I have.
And they're trying to cast out this evil spirit?
Yes.
So here we see that it's not Charles is alive, it's Charles's body's alive.
Correct.
Does Alex then respond to Lori, what did you learn?
Yes.
That one's from Alex to Lori.
Correct.
And then does she respond, a lot, still working on it, we'll call you later?
That's correct.
When you went through a lot of these records, did you see a lot of reference to telling people to call her?
Yes.
Obviously, we don't have those recordings, right?
Correct.
And so would you often see calls then in the phone records to match up with a request to call?
Yes.
Going back to the Lolly Time iCloud account, was that account created on July 1st of 2019?
It was.
Was that created after Charles Vallow contacted Lori and Chad Daybell and Tammy Daybell about the affair?
It was.
When you were going through those Lolly Time at iCloud account records, did you find evidence or find photographs in the Lolly Time at iCloud account showing the change in Charles's beneficiary form for his life insurance?
I did.
Did you see both a photograph of a computer as well as of documents?
Yes.
Show defense 232. I can have my paralegal approach with 232.
Go ahead.
Do you recognize both the report and the photos that were obtained or part of the records for the lollytime@icloud.com account that was obtained through a search warrant by the police department?
Yes.
State would move to admit Exhibit 232.
Any objection?
No objection.
232 is admitted.
And if I may publish. So again, when you are going through these iCloud accounts, just like with the cell phone extractions, are you able to sort of pull out reports and save the documents themselves, both in the report and then print off those documents?
Yes.
So looking at this Exhibit 232, do we see, well, it's from the Lolly Time at iCloud account, right?
Correct.
And then we see that on July 28th, that these photographs were sent to a phone number 515-402-0143 with a contact name of Bubby.
I do.
Now let's first go through these records, and then we'll talk about the phone number, okay?
Okay.
So what we see here are sort of the thumbnails. Are these the actual photographs associated or sent in each of these messages?
Yes, they are.
So we see these are MMS messages, meaning there's a photo associated with it.
Yes.
So one of the photos associated with it was this Banner life insurance. Oops, I'm sorry, we're too close. Banner life insurance policy for Charles Vallow, correct?
Correct.
Showing Lori Vallow as the primary beneficiary.
Yes.
And then there was a photograph or of the document showing, again, $1 million policy.
Yes.
Started in 2015, and the owner insured are Charles Vallow.
Yes.
Then was there a photo of a computer screen?
There is.
And were you able to tell, because you see sort of the icons that you would see at the bottom of a computer screen in this,
Correct.
and a little bit of a glare on it? And is this the designation form that was changed by Charles Vallow that we had talked about previously in court?
Yes.
And so this is a photograph of the computer showing that Charles Vallow, in fact, changed this to Ethel K. Woodcock.
That is correct.
So on July 28th, Lori Vallow is sending copies of this to someone she calls Bubby.
Yes.
Now, did you guys want to find out who Bubby was?
Absolutely.
Did you actually obtain a search warrant to get those phone records from AT&T for 515-402-0143?
Yes, I did.
I can have my paralegal approach with Exhibit 223. Do you see in there, first, an affidavit from AT&T authenticating those records for the 515 number?
Yes.
A thumb drive that contains all of the records that were sent,
Yes.
as well as some of the subscriber information and records.
Yes.
Now, obviously, contact names are just contact names. Were you able to determine who this number was associated with?
Yes.
Ow.
Once again, looking through the content of the messages that we saw via either photographs sending back and forth or just written content, this person was found to be Chad Daybell. In addition to that, we received an audio recording from a local business in which Chad contacted this business and listed this as his phone number.
So this 515 number, there's a recording of Chad Daybell using this phone number to contact a business.
Yes.
And then the context of the messages that you see in this iCloud account with the contact Bubby confirmed that this was in fact Chad Daybell.
Yes.
State will move to admit Exhibit 223.
Any objection?
No objection.
223 is admitted.
So on July 28th of 2019, Lori Vallow is sending photographs of the life insurance policy, original and the change, to Chad Daybell.
Yes.
As you were going through this iCloud account, the lolly time, did you go through many, many, many text messages?
Yes, I did.
Did you note text messages between Lori Vallow and her brother Alex Cox that were saved in that lolly time account?
Yes.
As you were going through those text messages, did you note Lori Vallow giving her brother the new address of 5531 South Four Peaks Place?
I did.
Did you see the messages leading up to July 11th? For instance, one on July 9th talking about being like Nephi?
I did.
Did you see text messages between them even out to August 12th where Lori Vallow talks about going to Social Security?
Yes.
And in these text messages, as you looked at these two conversing, did you see text messages talking about other people being Z's, just the letter, because of their association with Charles?
Yes.
I'm going to show Defense Exhibit 227. Now, these messages in this iCloud account that are in this report, are these all of the messages that they had?
No,
Are these just a portion of them?
they are.
It's ready.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
I'm done.
And if actually, can I have my paralegal approach with 227?
Go ahead.
Looking at Exhibit 227, are those just that portion of the SMS messages between Lori Vallow and Alex Cox that were saved on the lolly time at iCloud account that we've discussed there? Sort of
Yes, they
leading
are.
up to and right after July 11th.
Yes.
State will move to admit Exhibit 227.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
227 is admitted.
So let's go through these. So again, we're seeing SMS messages, and we're starting here on July 9th, correct?
Yeah, 3:05 p.m.
And these are from Lori Vallow. This starts the first one from Lori Vallow to Alex Cox.
Yes.
So we see Lori Vallow tell her brother that Mel is bringing Bodie over here for you now, so can you come? Correct?
Yes.
So the 9th is the day that Charles and Adam are making their plane reservations.
Yes.
And do we see that Alex tells Lori he'll be over in a bit?
Correct.
And then as we continue on the 9th, we see Lori respond, perfect, thanks, right?
Yes.
And then Alex has to ask for her address, correct?
Yes.
And so on the 9th, Lori Vallow provides her brother with the address she lives at, 5531 South Four Peaks, correct?
Correct.
And then there appears to be a response from Alex to her AX.
I believe that's probably an attempt to correct the prior state in the above. He spells it AX as well too. So there's an AX below.
Okay. So a little bit later, we see that was at 4:57 p.m., correct?
Yes.
So at 9 o'clock on the 9th, do we see a message from Lori Vallow to Alex Cox? So the plot thickens, call me when you can.
Yes.
Now, at that point, when you looked at phone records, did you see any call between Lori Vallow and Alex Cox initially after this first text message?
Not after that first one, no.
So about 47 minutes later, on July 9th at 9:50 p.m., does Lori Vallow send her brother Alex Cox a message, getting sleepy, so I'm going to need you to stay close to me the next couple days. Mel too. She can't go to Utah. They are planking some kind of intervention, but want Mel out of the way, so I'm left alone. I need to come get the stuff at your house tomorrow and store it or secure it. Lots to do. Thank you for standing by me. It's all coming to a head this week. I will be like Nephi, I am told, and so will you. When you saw that message, did you ever check Alex Cox's cell phone records to determine whether or not there was a phone call after that?
I did.
Did you see that Alex Cox and Lori Vallow talked on July 9th at 21:56 hours? What time would that be?
9:56.
So 6 minutes after this, or 56 minutes?
Correct.
So 6 minutes after this text message, Lori and her brother have almost an hour-long conversation.
Yes.
Now, in this message, when you were going through these records, did you recognize or learn who Nephi was?
So in going through this particular message, I knew that Nephi was a figure in the Book of Mormon related to the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, but I didn't understand the significance. So I then did some research to find out who Nephi was.
You were present in court when Adam testified, correct?
Yes.
And did his testimony about Nephi being told by the Holy Spirit to kill Laban and that this was a justified killing match with what you had learned when you researched it?
Yes, it did.
So as you were going through these messages, and let me say this investigation, were you able to get to this like July 12th? You're on it and reviewing all these iCloud accounts?
No.
Did it take significant period of time to start finding phone numbers and finding iCloud accounts and then writing warrants to obtain them?
Correct. It's an evolving process. You would find one, and then that would lead you to another. So you're continually writing search warrants for other carriers and businesses.
Okay. So when you're reviewing this now, you know the scene and you're understanding some of the case, but you're still putting pieces together.
Right.
Now, were you aware from looking at Charles's phone and the messages between Charles and Adam that they were talking about an intervention?
Yes,
So on July 9th, Adam and Charles were discussing an intervention,
correct.
possibly recording Lori.
Yes,
And then what we see then at 9:50 at night is Lori telling her brother that they're planning an intervention.
yes,
So the same day that Adam and Lori were, or that Adam and Charles were talking, Lori is already letting her brother know there's going to be an intervention.
correct,
And they're trying to get her separate and alone for this.
correct.
And then there's that long phone call that we don't have recorded, correct?
Yes.
Judge, do you want me to keep going through these or break here? I do have a significant number more.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take our lunch recess. Almost 12:05. I'll remind the jury to remember the admonition. We'll resume at 1:30 p.m.
All right for the jurors.
Okay. Some of you guys missed this video that I snipped about her shock belt, and I'll play that in just a minute, but I want to see if they come back after the jury comes out, because you know they like to do that sometimes. So we'll give them just a few minutes. I don't know how Lori knew about the intervention in advance. Only Adam and Charles knew about it, right? Or do you think Adam said something to Alex? Mark, I don't picture Lori riding a bike with a basket on the back. I picture her wearing the riding the broom. They're talking about Wizard of Oz in the chat. I guess they did go to lunch. Okay, let's watch this video real quick for those that missed it. It's real short.
All right.
You ready?
You ready?
Yep. So, what exactly am I doing here? You may wonder how convicted murderer Lori Vallow Daybell is able to walk around inside a courtroom unrestrained. And the answer is this: stun technology hidden under her clothes. It looks like a bulletproof vest, but it's not.
It's not. It actually has 4 points of contact. It's pretty much at the top and in the back.
Let's talk specifically about Lori Vallow Daybell. So she's wearing something like this. What is this?
That's correct. So this is what we call, many people know it as a rack belt, a stun belt. Very clear, this isn't like a taser. It does not work like a taser. It's pretty much pain compliance. So what happens is you have the prongs just like you did in the vest. Okay. So this makes contact with your body. You can feel it right there, right? So in this case, what we do is we put it around the waist. So pretty much like this.
And this is just designed to give you a lot of pain, correct?
This is pain compliance. Like I said, unlike a taser, it doesn't affect the muscles.
The sheriff's office asked me if I wanted to know what the belt felt like. An actual stun would last 8 seconds, so I didn't put the belt all the way around me and fasten it. Still. Ah, jeez Louise. Woo! I get it.
Yeah. Wasn't that bad? It was terrible. Can you imagine 8 seconds?
No.
Hang on. I got another one for y'all. All right. So we were listening to yesterday during the lunch, we were listening to Melanie Gibbs' testimony. Do you guys want to continue listening to that? Or let me see. I have Melanie's interview with the Chandler Police Department too. You guys want to listen to that? Okay. I also have some clips of Richard Allen's confession tapes that I've started working on. They've all come out now. So I wanted to show those one day too. All right, let me go back to where we were with Melanie.
Would you please state your name for the record?
We were about at the 1:30 mark, right as this was ending.
Correct. And you stayed at Lori's residence that night, is that correct?
That's correct.
What room did you stay in?
So she let me sleep in Tylee's room, and then David slept in JJ's room, but I would often go back and forth. And so that night I remember just being in David's room, which was in Tylee's, JJ's room. That's what I recall.
So you were in that room with David for most of the night?
I believe so.
Do you recall if David had any kind of an issue that night, health issues or otherwise?
Yeah, he woke up very troubled from a dream that he had, and he just was in a really very heavy, just really felt his heart was racing. He was very kind of scared by the dream.
Did you do anything at that point?
I did. I got my cell phone and I text I think I did both. I called Lori, called Chad to see if they could maybe give him a blessing. I went to her door and I don't know if I knocked on it, but I tried to open her door and it was locked. So I went back to the room.
Did she respond to your call or your text?
No.
Did Chad respond to any attempts to reach him?
No.
And that was the night of September 22nd?
Correct.
And that's the last night you saw JJ?
That's correct.
And just to clarify, you ended up leaving the next day. Do you recall what time of day you left?
Yeah, I would say somewhere after 8 in the morning.
And you did not see JJ on the next morning?
I do not recall seeing him.
Then in November, you get the call about saying JJ's with you?
Correct.
And at that time, you learn he's not with Kay?
That's correct.
Did Lori ever tell you where he was?
No.
When you made that call on December 8th and you heard the audio, there's a few things in there that I wanted to go over with you.
Okay.
A comment is made that for someone who knows as much as you, that Lori can't believe that you're asking these questions, essentially.
Yes.
Do you know what she meant by that? Or what did you take it to mean?
Yes, I took it to mean that all the things that she had learned about multiple lives, multiple probations, all her teachings, all the teachings of Chad and her, and multiple probations about people being light, people being dark, those teachings, that's what she was referring to, and that's how I understood it to be.
And when you say those teachings, whose teachings were they?
I think they originated from Chad.
Did Lori also participate in teaching those things?
She did.
And we've talked about what religion you're part of.
Correct.
Are those the same teachings that are generally taught in the LDS faith?
Absolutely not.
And there's also a comment made that you're going to be accountable for the knowledge you do have.
Right.
What did you take that to mean?
All the teachings that she taught, she felt that I would be accountable for all that she shared with me.
And do you know, what did you take it to mean as far as who you would be accountable to?
God.
And there's another comment in there, and I think you say to her something along the lines of, for someone that has seen Jesus Christ or that sees Jesus Christ. Do you recall making that comment?
I do.
Why did you make that comment?
Her character, from my understanding of Christ, is when she was having her relationships with Chad and some deception and lying that was going on at times, and just her behaviors, being with him and also being married, that did not, to me, represent someone that would know Christ at that level.
And when you say at that level, had Lori indicated that she had seen Jesus?
She did.
What did she indicate regarding that?
She shared with me when she first met me that she had seen him in the temple and that he appeared to her.
And as part of the LDS faith, do people sometimes say they've had revelations?
People say they have revelations, yes.
And would that be part of the regular teachings of the church?
Yes.
And if someone has revelations, do others sometimes turn to them for guidance or advice?
People that have authority to do that, yes.
So if Lori was seeing Jesus, would that potentially lead people to turn to her for advice?
No, I don't believe so.
Previously, we talked a little bit about some castings. Do you know who organized the castings that you participated in?
Lori.
Were there any assignments given during those castings?
I think she tried to talk to them about, what they could potentially say during that time. Yeah.
And when you say she, was that Lori?
Lori, yes.
And we also talked about the light and dark scale.
Yes.
And I believe you indicated when asked about Tammy that maybe Tammy became dark close to the time of her death?
Correct.
Do you recall learning of Tammy Daybell's passing?
I do.
Do you recall what date that was?
I believe it was in October, but I don't remember the date.
Do you recall if you learned of it the day that she passed?
I believe it was the day after she passed, through a friend who sent a text to me to show me a little memo that she got from Facebook from Chad's account. And then a random friend, sent it to me and said, look, what happened? That's how I learned of it.
And when we talk about the day after, could it have been the day that it was announced or that it was reported?
The day that it was reported, yes.
Did you reach out to Lori at that time?
I did.
How did you reach out to her?
I called her on her phone.
Do you recall if you also texted her?
I don't remember.
When you talked to her on the phone, do you recall what time of day that was?
It was in the morning.
The early morning, mid-morning, if you recall?
It felt like it was closer to mid-morning.
Did she tell you about the passing, or did you tell her?
I told her and then asked her more about it.
Did she seem to have already known about it when you talked to her?
She seemed that she knew something was going on. She said that two of the girls from the group of women that we've discussed earlier had called her and inquired about that.
Did you ask her any questions about it?
I did.
What did she tell you?
I first asked her, I said, did you know that Tammy died? And then I believe I don't know how she indicated, but because of the conversation she had with the two other ladies, that she knew about it through them. And I'm sorry, what was the question again?
I asked it pretty broad, so I'll narrow it down. Did she tell you anything about what she knew regarding Tammy's passing?
So I asked her what happened to Tammy, and she says that she had a dark entity in her, and they had to do what they could to get that spirit out of her.
And when she said they did what they had to do, did you know who she was referring to?
Her and Chad.
Do you recall if she indicated anything regarding Tammy's knowledge of an affair or suspicion of an affair?
She said she was starting to get suspicious.
And by she was starting to get suspicious, was that Tammy?
Correct.
Did Lori indicate how she knew that?
I recall a conversation she had with me about Charles knew Tammy, by phone or something, like there was some connection between their conversations, and maybe another girl. I think it was Christina understood that there was something wrong going on earlier on, and she might have shared some information. I don't know. It was a little bit of information Lori had shared with me. That's all I would have known is from her, but I think that's where it came from.
Do you recall if Lori indicated how long Tammy had been suspicious of that before she passed away?
I would say no longer than 2 weeks.
Do you recall if Lori indicated how long Tammy had been possessed or dark before she passed away?
Maybe it wasn't more than 2 weeks, so it could have been less than 2 weeks, but it was a short period of time.
So Tammy becoming dark or possessed and her getting suspicious of the affair, to the best of your knowledge, happened around the same time?
About the affair part, I'm not sure, but the dark part is yes.
About 2 weeks before?
Correct.
Did Lori ever... I'll back that up. Charles is killed on July 11th of 2019. Is that correct?
Correct.
Tammy is alive until October 19th of 2019, or about that time.
Correct.
In the meantime, while Charles has passed away and Tammy's still alive, did Lori ever indicate anything to you regarding her relationship with Chad or any frustration?
Yes, she was eager to move to Idaho to be with him. She was frustrated that Tammy had not passed on yet. She kept being told by her own personal revelation that she was supposed to pass away, according to Chad's as well, that she was supposed to pass away by now. I remember one time they said she was supposed to get in a car accident, but she never did. So she was feeling some frustration about being there, why he was still married to her.
When you talked to Lori after Tammy had passed away, did she indicate how she was feeling?
Sorry, my mind's drifting a little bit. She was very happy to move on and get married to Chad. She was very excited about being married to him and being with him.
Do you recall her expressing any sorrow or sadness?
No.
Was it similar to the demeanor you'd observed shortly after Charles had died?
Yes.
And we talked about some of these teachings of Chad and Lori's, and we've talked about the light and dark scale. Do you also recall anything being taught to you or told you regarding a trust scale?
A little bit. I don't remember the words trust scale. Might have been another word, but yeah, that she had percentages on stuff like, yeah, some percentages, and I can't remember all the words, like if they're trusting or other words that would indicate their loyalty to them, or maybe where they were spiritually.
And when you say she had some scales, who is she?
Lori.
Do you recall ever being told anything about vibrations?
Yes.
And who told you about the vibrations?
Lori told me.
What do you recall her telling you about vibrations?
And that vibrations had to do with what level of spirituality you're at. So, for example, if you're at I think 1,000 vibrations, you were more in a higher spiritual level. They call it more terrestrial level.
When you're in these different levels, do you know what the vibrations were leading to as your vibrations increased?
They were leading to more the body being translated, and yeah, mostly that is your body being translated and changed.
And do you recall who had talked to you about the vibrations and the translations?
Lori.
Do you recall what you were told regarding while someone was becoming translated, what changes they would go through?
Sometimes she would say she didn't have to eat necessarily. She didn't. She would get younger. Maybe her menstrual cycle would not be changed and things like that.
So it could include physical changes.
Correct.
Would it be safe to say that these changes would take someone beyond the normal mortal body that we're given?
Yeah, higher level of.
Did Lori ever indicate if she had her own visions?
She was not one to claim so much of as a visionary. I think she said she would have a dream here or there.
Would she talk to you about what those dreams were?
Yes.
And was that similar to the dream she'd had regarding Charles dying?
Correct.
So did Lori believe that these dreams would actually come true?
She indicated she believed it.
Were these things also taught to Alex Cox?
Yes.
Did you ever have conversations with Alex Cox?
I did.
What was your understanding, or what did he tell you regarding his belief in what they were teaching?
He gradually began to learn about it. Not in the beginning, but near, more closer to the end of my relationship with them. And he really did believe that these entities were zombies now, or the people that they were hoping would pass away. He indicated that he believed they really were zombies.
And when you talk about people they were hoping would pass away. Who is they?
Charles, Tylee, JJ, Tammy.
And who was hoping they would pass away?
Chad and Lori.
And you say Alex initially wasn't taught some of these things. Do you know the reason why?
He just wasn't, around the conversations in the beginning. Just he was kind of popping in and out of her house, and so it just wasn't disclosed in the beginning.
But he believed in what Chad and Lori were teaching him.
He did.
And he truly, to the best of your understanding, he believed that people could become zombies.
I asked him if I told him I didn't 100% believe it was true, and he said he 100% believed it.
And in that recording from December 8th, you talk about a conversation you had with Alex.
Correct.
And I believe you said you asked him if you wanted to know what happened to JJ.
Yeah.
And what was his response?
He says, you don't want to know.
And when you visited Lori in September, is that when she told you JJ was a zombie?
Yes.
Was Alex Cox there?
Yes.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Ms. Blake. All right, Mr. Thomas, you can commence with your cross-examination.
Ms. Gibb, you've met with the prosecution on several occasions over the last couple of years, right?
Correct.
Okay. When was the last time you met with them?
A few years ago. I don't remember. A few years ago.
So you didn't meet with them in preparation for this trial today?
Not physically.
What does that mean?
I didn't meet face-to-face with them. I met on Zoom, but I was thinking about when I met with the officers down there. That's what I'm referring to.
Okay.
Sorry, I wasn't thinking of just the interactions I had with Lindsay on Zoom. I was just thinking about an interaction I had physically with them.
What was the last interaction you had with either Ms. Blake or one of the other prosecutors?
It was trying to remember what month it was. Was it end of March, beginning of April, I believe?
So this month?
It could have been the very end of last month.
Okay. And did you go over your testimony with them?
Yes.
Okay. And prior to that, when was the time before that you met with the prosecution?
It felt like it was back in Chandler, a year or two. I don't remember how long it's been now. It's been a while.
Okay. When you went over this with, you said Ms. Blake, is that right?
Correct.
When you went over your testimony with her, were you as forgetful as you've been today?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall writing a 7-page, I guess I would say outline, and sending that to Rob Wood?
I remember sending it to a few people. Most likely I did.
Mm-hmm. Have you had a chance to go over that?
No.
No. You sent it back in July of 2020 and haven't looked at it since then?
Oh, I might have looked at it during that month or two, but I haven't looked at it in a long time. I don't know where it is. I can't find it, so I don't know where it is.
Did you ask the prosecutors for a copy of it? Because they gave me a copy of it.
I asked Lindsay if they had some things that I'd share with Rob, like remembering points to help me remember different events, and I didn't receive it.
Okay, but you asked for it?
I might have gotten an email, but I don't believe they were attached to it. I could be wrong, but I'm not recalling it.
Okay.
But I did get some things from her.
Your Honor, I know what the court's probably going to do on this, but I'm going to ask the court to strike this witness's testimony based on Idaho Criminal Rule 16b6. The state has had...
Your Honor, I would ask for a sidebar.
All right. All right, there's an objection that's going to be argued. We've determined it would be more appropriate to argue this outside of the presence of the jurors. So, Mr. Thomas, you lodged an objection. Why don't you indicate again the nature of your objection. I'll allow further response from the state.
Thank you, Your Honor. The defense objects to the witness's testimony based on Idaho Criminal Rule 16, parens B, parens 6, which regards state witnesses. I'd like to read the rule just on the record, just so for appellate purposes. Is that okay with the court?
Yes.
Says, parens 6 says, state's witnesses on written request of the defendant, the prosecuting attorney must furnish to the defendant a written list of the names and addresses of all persons having knowledge of relevant facts who may be called by the state as witnesses at the trial, together with any record of prior felony convictions of any of them that is within the knowledge of the prosecuting attorney. And then this is the pertinent part, Your Honor. The prosecuting attorney must also furnish on written request the statements made by the prosecution witnesses or prospective prosecution witnesses to the prosecuting attorney or the prosecuting attorney's agents or to any official involved in the investigation of the case unless a protective order is issued as provided in subsection 1 of this rule. It is my argument that the state received statements from Ms. Gibb that she just testified to, and she indicated that she met with the prosecutor and the prosecutor did not turn over those statements.
Are you talking about oral statements or the written 7-page outline she referred to?
Oral statements, we received the 7-page outline. The oral statements I'm referring to are the statements made to Ms. Blake over Zoom or anything else that she's discussed with the prosecution.
All right, what's the response to this objection from the state?
Your Honor, I think we've previously litigated this, and I understand counsel's desire to preserve the issue, but moving forward, the state would request any of these arguments be heard outside the presence of the jury. That being said, I also have that rule pulled up, and I think there's simply a different interpretation being applied by defense than is intended by the rule. The rule does indicate that all statements of a prosecution witness or prospective witness known to the state have to be turned over. I do not think that rule contemplates somebody saying hi or something unrelated to the case being turned over. All statements have already been turned over. The state and the defense are allowed to meet with witnesses. They are allowed to do witness prep. If any new statements or new information is learned, I agree that rule requires those to be turned over. In this case, there was nothing new learned. All of the statements made, the testimony here today, are information that is well within the defense's possession. It has been turned over in discovery. The 7-page outline referenced by defense counsel, copies of prior testimony, transcripts of prior testimony, and police reports have all been turned over to the defense, which contain the information. There was nothing new learned, no new information obtained, no new statements made, which would require disclosure under Idaho Criminal Rule 16. So the state's position is we have absolutely complied with the discovery request, and the defense's attempt to broaden that requirement is simply not within the purview of the statute or the intent of the statute. So we would ask that defense's motion be denied.
All right, thank you, Ms. Blake. If you'll give me just a moment, I'm reviewing some authority here. And Mr. Thomas, do you have any rebuttal argument after the state's argument there?
No, Your Honor.
All right. The court's reviewed the objection that's been made under Rule 16b-6 and considered some authority that governs that as well. The first issue is a practical concern I would have is the timeliness of this objection. If you're asking me to strike the witness, was that your request, strike the witness or the witness's prior testimony here?
The witness is prior testimony.
Okay, so you're asking me to tell the jury to disregard everything they've heard all day today?
Well, Your Honor, unfortunately, I made this objection yesterday or 2 days ago, and the court shot me down, and so I thought the only appropriate time to make this objection would be when I was here on cross-exam.
Okay. I would find that impractical for purposes of this witness, obviously, with the jury having already heard the significant amount of the entire direct examination of the state. But further, looking at the rule itself, the rule does not preclude the state or the defense from meeting with witnesses who may be testifying at trial and preparing with them for testimony. I think the rule contemplates the issue I brought up with the 7-page outline someone has now. That would be a different story if you had not been supplied that and the state had that in its custody and was not turned over. I'd see that differently, but there's been a record made that you did get that. In terms of what the rule allows, it's to make sure that parties know who's going to testify, how to locate them, and any statements they may have made, such as statements made to police, witness statements that often come up in cases, those types of statements. And so looking at some case law, also State versus Montgomery, 163 Idaho 40, I think that the objection at this point is unfounded as it relates to this witness, and I will deny the motion to strike the testimony for both the practical consideration that she's already testified on direct, as well as under Rule 16b-6. I just don't find that applies given the circumstances here. So that'll be the court's ruling as it relates to this witness. And then going forward, Mr. Thomas, again, if you want to maintain the record, I understand that, and you can lodge the objection. Unless there's some written, previously provided statements, I would likely be ruling the same way, so we'll just take those up with each witness if you think the matter needs to be raised. That'll be the court's ruling then on the objection, and we'll have the jurors return to the courtroom so you can continue your cross-examination. All right, we'll have the jurors brought back.
And just to not be disruptive, the next time a witness comes in, should I make the objection before the state calls or asks their first question, or how do you want me to do that?
That probably is more effective in terms of making your objection if you want to continue to lodge it.
Very good, Your Honor. Thank you.
You're welcome. Mr. Thomas, you can continue your cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. I believe, Ms. Gibb, you indicated that you first met Lori in October of 2018. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And that was at some sort of an event? I don't know that you actually said what kind of an event it was. What kind of an event was it?
I was at a regular LDS church building, and there was classes, and I was teaching.
So just in Sunday school type thing?
It was like a Saturday. Maybe it was like more of a Relief Society night where they have a Thursday night evening meeting for the women.
Okay. And you had met her there. Was Lori in your ward at the time?
No.
Okay. She was there with somebody else or just showed up?
She showed up with her niece, Melanie.
Oh, I see. And was Melanie in your ward?
No.
Okay. And you indicated that you had met Chad Daybell maybe 2 years before, a year or two before?
Correct.
Okay. And after meeting Lori in October of 2018, you guys became fast friends, is that right?
Correct.
And so then you indicated that within a week or two of meeting Lori, that was the first time that you met Tylee and JJ?
Correct.
Okay. The state was asking about the relationship between Lori and Tylee and Lori and JJ. How is it that you know anything about their relationships? What was your relationship with Lori?
Very close friends.
And for how long were you close friends?
When I met her, which was in October, that's when we met for the first time. And so we became friends instantly.
So October of 2018 to about October of 2019, you guys were really close?
Correct.
Okay. And would you see each other daily?
Sometimes, but then it changed over time.
Okay.
It wasn't exactly daily, but it felt like it was so often.
Okay. And when you would meet with her, what was that like? Would it just be like calling somebody on the phone and say, hey, what do you want to do tonight? Or was it more of a during the day type thing? What was the schedule like of your relationship with Lori? How did that work out?
So she after I met her, she had my phone number, and so she communicated and asked me to meet her at places like the temple, or we would eat lunch. That was basically where we met.
I mean, obviously the kids didn't go to the temple, right?
Correct.
So would they be there when you were eating lunch or something like that?
No, I would go over to her house shortly after meeting her.
So you indicated that JJ sometimes seemed frustrated,
Yeah.
and you indicated that that was typical for a 7-year-old who has autism.
To me, it is.
I mean, autism is a big spectrum, right?
It is.
When you indicate that JJ would get frustrated, I mean, how familiar, I'll withdraw that. How familiar are you with autism and with the type of autism that JJ had, his type of spectrum?
I've seen different people in life, small kids in general, have autistic behaviors. And so I could tell with the frustration, not being able to communicate quite like he wanted to, getting frustrated, crying often, when maybe he didn't get his way or he was trying to maybe communicate, wanted to play with somebody, just the inability to have relationships, maybe like kids that don't have autism have.
In your interaction with Lori and with her children, did you notice any type of a schedule or a set pattern that JJ would need to be on? Anything like that?
He might have had a bedtime routine, but I wasn't aware enough to know how often their routine was. I wasn't around him, that often, so I don't know.
Okay. Do you know that JJ went to a special school?
Yes. I don't know if it was a special school, but I know it was a really nice, what do you call it? A private school. So I think they had a section probably for autistic kids is my memory.
Okay. And did Lori ever talk to you about JJ's routines, the things that he had to do before he went to school, anything like that?
I don't recall.
After the day that Charles was shot and killed by Alex, you were there with Lori, right? Later that day?
No.
No? The next day?
No.
No. Had you ever gone with Lori to take JJ to school?
It's possible. I don't recall, but it feels like I have been. Feels like it.
Okay. Do you know that JJ had a routine that he would get in the car, go get some French fries or chicken fries at Burger King before he went to school every day?
I don't recall that.
You don't recall that? Okay. You indicated on direct examination that Lori had said something about a belief in multiple lives or multiple probations. Is that right?
That's right.
Isn't it true that you said something to Lori about you felt like you had been on this earth 4 or 5 times?
No.
You never said that?
No, she thought that. That was her belief, not mine.
She thought that you had been on
Correct.
the earth 4 or 5 times?
Correct.
Okay. And during the course of the year that you guys were close, you never bought into that?
At times.
At times you did buy into that you had multiple lives, or you were...
I wasn't sure, but she was very convincing and tried to encourage me to believe it.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about Lori meeting Chad for the first time. I think you indicated that was, let me see, a couple weeks after the October 2018 visit. Is that right? When you met with Lori?
It could have been that weekend. I don't remember exactly the weekend. It was in October, I know that.
Okay. And then a couple of weeks later, there was a meeting at Lori's house where Chad was there, right?
Correct.
And you indicated that Chad had spent the night there?
Correct.
Did you also spend the night there?
I did.
And weren't there also all the other speakers who were speaking at that conference? Didn't they all spend the night as well?
No, just some people did, but not everybody.
How many people do you think spent the night there?
Maybe 5 or maybe 6. About 6 people, I think.
So there were multiple people who spent the night at Lori's house. This wasn't some romantic encounter between Chad and Lori, correct?
I don't know what their desires for that connection at that time. I don't know what they were what their conversations about why he was staying there. But I know that there was some attraction. I'll just say that.
Okay, but this wasn't a hookup, right?
I can't agree with that.
You think that you and at least five other people who were at this conference and were in the midst of Chad and Lori having a hookup that night?
They weren't acknowledging of it. I didn't say that. I'm talking about them. That was their own personal, whatever they had going up to get together. That was between them. But the other people, I don't think they were aware of what was going on.
Okay. All right. And I believe you indicated that Lori said that she had been through 4 or 5 different creations. Is that right?
Yes.
4 or 5 probations. I don't know.
I used to know. I'm remembering 5, but it seemed like it changed again. I don't remember the number right now.
Okay. And then you indicated that Lori had met with Chad in the temple with Moroni and Jesus Christ in the same room.
Correct.
Okay. And you had been to the temple with Lori on multiple occasions, right?
That's right.
And did this intrigue you at all?
Which part?
That Lori was married to Chad by Jesus Christ and Moroni.
I thought it was very unusual and different. I didn't really know what to think about it. I wondered, is that really true?
And what temple was this?
The Gilbert Temple.
And is that the temple that you normally went to?
Correct.
And had you been to the temple with Lori after this particular event?
Yes, we went often, so yeah.
And you never asked her to show you the place that she got married?
No.
Okay. There was some testimony about Lori having a special mission on earth, that being part of the gathering of 144,000 people.
Correct.
Correct? Yeah. And you indicate that was biblically referenced, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And then at some point, Lori believed that she was one of the heads of the gathering of the 144,000, is that right?
That's right.
Okay. And were you ever involved in or brought into that gathering of the 144,000?
Well, she would indicate that the girls that she knew were part of it. It wasn't given to us as knowledge on our own, just as what she believed and Chad believed.
Okay. And did you believe that you were part of the 144,000?
I wasn't sure. I didn't feel like it, but they kept trying to convince me that I was. But I didn't feel that calling ever.
Okay. But you were involved in what they call, what has been referred to as castings. Is that right?
Correct.
And when you say castings, it kind of has a witchcrafty type of a connotation to it, do you think, or no? Or is that not what you think of?
It didn't feel like that. So.
Did it feel like biblically Jesus would cast out devils and cast out evil spirits, and that's what you guys were doing?
Correct.
Okay. So it was more like, not like casting spells, it was more like casting out devils by using prayer.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
And you were involved in some of these casting out of devils and evil spirits with Lori, right?
Correct.
Okay. And during the times that you were doing these castings or casting out of evil spirits, did you ever feel like this was the wrong thing to do?
It felt very unusual. It was very innocent to me.
Innocent in the fact that you were just in a prayer circle, right? That you and whoever else were just praying about somebody.
Correct.
Or you were praying for the leaders of the world, or the leaders of the church, or for hunger to dissipate, or something good to happen, right?
No,
No? You never prayed about that?
not that I have any memory of.
Okay. So when you were doing these castings, was it for specific people only?
Yes.
Okay. Now, tell me a little bit about light and dark. I have some knowledge, and I think that this might be interesting to flesh out a little bit for the jurors. So tell me a little bit about light and dark. You indicated, I think, that someone can switch between being light and being dark.
They indicated that to me, yes.
They indicated that to you?
Chad and Lori, yes.
All right. And you never believed any of that?
At times, I wondered if it was true. I wasn't 100% convinced.
Okay. But you were involved in casting out of dark spirits, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you believed it somewhat.
Like I said, somewhat, but not completely.
Okay.
I don't think they believed it at first, too, because they didn't know what they were trying to accomplish.
Well, when they were asking, when the prosecutor, Ms. Lindsay Blake, was asking you about who you had told about light and dark, and then she specifically mentioned the absence of Brandon Bedreau, you had said, and I guess I can't quote you, but I think you said we, and then you corrected yourself, and then you said Chad and Lori were the ones who were doing that, right?
They were in charge of doing that.
Okay. But you had injected yourself, right?
It was just an accident word.
Freudian slip?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You talked a little bit about the first casting out of an evil spirit that you did involved Lori, Zulema, Christina, yourself, and somebody else. Is that right? I wasn't fast enough writing them down.
Those people, yes. I might have been one more person.
Who was the other person?
Did you say Nicole?
I did not, so
Okay,
that must have been the other person, huh? Who's Nicole?
A friend of Christina's, which were both friends of Lori's.
And was Christina there as well?
Yes.
Yes, Christina, okay. Mm-hmm. And what's Nicole's last name?
I'm not remembering. I didn't know her very well.
Okay. What's Christina's last name?
Atwood.
Atwood. And was this casting done in someone's home, or was it done in the temple, or where was it done?
It was done in homes, yes. I don't think it was done in the temple.
Okay. And what would this look like? I mean, what would a casting look like?
Lori most time. Maybe not the first time, but generally it was just people standing up, and I don't remember people held hands or not. I don't remember that. Just basically kind of stood in a circle together or lined up around, just being in the same room together.
Mm-hmm. And then what would happen?
And then she would try to express her castings out by her knowledge, whatever she could think of, maybe terminology that she gained from either energy work or maybe scriptural, those kind of things. I don't recall the words. And I think her friends would try to come up with something that they thought was helpful, and it generally sounded like something you would say in energy work. How I can explain it.
Okay. And what's your familiarity with energy work?
So I had a little bit of energy work done to me through a person who, it's called emotion code, where they ask the body questions, and often they would talk about how you were, connected to your ancestors, or you had different emotions going on in your body, and they would try to release it through they call it muscle testing, things like that. But some of the practitioners would sometimes able to communicate with spirits on the other side of the veil, like deceased ancestors or people like that. And so they kind of had their own language. I was never an energy worker, so I don't, remember all those words, but I just remember that was my experience.
So So just to clarify, and I'm still a little bit confused about what went on in these castings. I think we established that it was a prayer, and each person would say a little part of that prayer. Is that how it would work?
Yeah.
Okay. And I believe you indicated something about disconnecting cords or trying to convince the spirit to leave the body.
Yes.
And it was all done with prayer?
I think you can call it prayer. It's my best word.
Okay. You're praying to God or your Heavenly Father to try to help you to get this evil spirit out of this person or heal this person or do something like that. Is that right? That's where you were going with that?
Yes.
Okay. Because I don't want to put any words in your mouth. Let's talk about zombies. So, you had heard Lori use the term zombie, right?
Correct.
This wasn't the first time that you've heard the word zombie, right?
Oh, it's a worldwide word. Correct.
Right. And it's been around for a while, at least the 1960s from what I can see, right?
I believe so. I don't know when it started, but
you've heard it
your word for
growing
it.
up.
Yeah.
Okay. When Lori talked about zombies, did you immediately think that they were going to die?
No.
Okay. What were your thoughts about that?
It was a bizarre teaching. I believe Lori thought it was bizarre at first too. It was very something she'd never heard of in the context of how it was explained to her through Chad.
Okay. Do you recall making the statement or writing down a statement indicating that Tylee had been a zombie since she was 12 or 13 years old?
So yes, but what that means is when she was claimed to be a zombie, Chad would let her know that she truly became a zombie years ago. But that knowledge was, she was sharing it as she was 16 or 17. She was saying that, she became not a zombie right then, but he was trying to say she had actually turned it when she was about 12 or 13.
So that's what Chad said to you and Lori?
To Lori.
To Lori, and then Lori related to you?
Correct.
Okay. You indicated that Brandon Bedreau was a dark spirit, is that right? Or he had a dark spirit?
According to their beliefs, yes.
Okay. And that he moved to even a higher level of darkness? He was part of Hitler's group during the World War, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And had you ever met Brandon Bedreau?
I had.
Before Charles's death?
Yes.
Okay. Did that jive with you, that he was a dark spirit?
I thought it was, it just was continually bizarre. There's moments where he's 1 minute this and now he's this and then he's really this, and it would go deeper into just different explanations of how much they would change into darker.
And this was kind of an ongoing thing with different people?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Okay. I believe you said something about Tylee was told sometime between February and June that she went dark. Is that right?
Right.
Okay. So she hadn't been a dark spirit the whole time. She just became dark sometime between February and June of 2019?
Yes.
And in September of 2019, you were told that JJ was possessed, right?
Correct.
Did you ever pray for Tylee or JJ?
No.
So before the lunch break, we were talking a little bit about dark energies and those kinds of things. We talked about the fact that sometime between February and June, Tylee had gone dark. You recall talking about that?
Yes.
Okay. And then sometime in September, you were also told that JJ was possessed. Is that right?
September, yes.
Okay. And that was September of 2019?
It was around that time, whenever I flew in. I think it was the 19th.
Okay. And when they said possessed, you took that to mean that he was possessed by some sort of an evil spirit?
Correct.
Okay. We kind of bounced around a little bit. The next thing I'd like to talk about is the shooting of Charles Vallow on July the 11th. You indicate that you had talked to Lori about that particular event. Is that right?
Correct.
And Lori had told you that she did not witness the shooting. Is that right?
I just don't recall if she said she did or she didn't.
Okay. But you understand that there was some sort of an altercation?
Yes.
And that altercation was between Alex Cox and Charles Vallow?
Correct.
Okay. And Lori wasn't involved in the altercation to your knowledge?
There was a lot of verbal communication between the two of them. I don't know if there was any physical. I'm not recalling that part.
Okay. So when you stayed at Lori's house in mid-September, I believe you said it was September 19th, 2019, you said you did not see Tylee. Is that right?
That's correct.
Isn't it true that you and Tylee didn't necessarily get along?
We didn't have a relationship.
Okay. She didn't particularly like you, right?
She didn't indicate that she did like me.
Okay. And you didn't particularly have any kindness towards her?
That's not true.
You did?
I was kind. I'm always kind.
Okay. So tell me a little bit about you being kind to Tylee. What did that look like?
When I tried to introduce myself, she wouldn't really look at me. She kind of rolled her eyes and looked away and didn't seem happy that I was there. She didn't know me. Just first time, she'd ever heard of me that I know of. And so just from the very beginning, she didn't like me.
And that kind of continued throughout the time that you knew Lori?
Yes. And one time I tried to be nice to her. We were sitting at like a little restaurant, and I think I was trying to help brush her hair off her arm or something, and she didn't particularly care for that.
Okay.
But I had empathy for her, so.
Going back to the death of Charles, I believe you testified on direct examination that Lori had told you the day before Charles had passed away that if Charles was to die, then the money would go to Kay. Is that right?
Yeah, I think that's how I worded it. Sounds right.
Okay, but you knew that information prior to Charles's death?
Yes.
Okay. And so there really wouldn't be any incentive monetarily for Lori to be involved in Charles's death, right?
I don't think that's true. I think there was, well, I'm not sure. I'm not sure exactly how the wording was with the, I think she was starting to see that it was changed. The money was changed right up until that point. So I don't know if that's not, there would have been an incentive if he would have, no, that would have been, I'm just trying to clarify my own mind, so sorry about that. Yeah, I don't know if there would have been.
Okay. But you knew prior to him dying that the insurance policy had changed the beneficiary to Kay?
Yes, just prior.
Okay. Thank you. You talked a little bit to the prosecuting attorney about why Chad didn't get a divorce, and you indicated that either Chad or Lori, somebody, told you that he would be penalized, he would lose his exaltations if he got divorced.
Correct.
What did you mean by that? Who told you that?
That's what Lori told me.
Okay. And so the logic was he was just going to wait for her to die naturally and carry on this affair with Lori?
That was the idea.
Okay. Another thing that I had a question about, you were talking to the prosecutor today, and we talked a little bit about Lori telling you to tell the police that you had JJ, right?
Correct. Yeah, correct.
Okay. And the police had called you And there was no answer. You didn't pick up the phone right away?
Correct.
How many times did they call you? Do you remember?
It felt like it was 2 times. The Idaho police called.
Okay. And did they leave a message, or they text you, or?
I believe they did. It could have been both.
Okay. And you told them, and I'm just going to quote it as best I can from what I remember you saying. I had him, but I don't have him anymore. Is that right?
I didn't tell the Idaho people that.
Okay. Who did you tell?
That was Gilbert Police.
Okay. But you did tell them that you had JJ at one point, but you didn't have him anymore?
Correct.
That Lori had come and picked him up?
Correct. Something like that.
Okay. And that wasn't the truth?
That wasn't the truth.
Okay. And then did the conversation go on from there with the Gilbert Police?
Just small talk, but nothing significant. I just told them I was going, back to Arizona the next day and my plans for Thanksgiving.
So where were you when that phone call was made?
I was in Utah, and I was in the process of going down to Arizona to have Thanksgiving.
Okay. So you were living in Utah?
No.
No. What were you doing in Utah?
I was visiting my boyfriend.
Okay. And that's David Warwick?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you guys, did you ever get married to him or
yeah,
no?
We're married.
Oh, you're married now?
Yes.
Okay. And so you were visiting him. That's when you got the phone call. And that's when you said you had him, but you don't have him anymore. And you're indicating that that was not the truth.
Correct.
Okay. And then you contacted law enforcement a second time, and that was after you had made the recording that we had just heard, exhibit number 42?
I'm not sure
So you
how many times I just know I contacted them after I recorded it.
Okay. So you recorded it and then you contacted them.
We had talked prior to that, but because that's who I knew who to send it to, is because I already contacted Officer Pillar, so I knew to send it to him. So I let him know that night after I recorded it if I could send it to him, or should I send it to the Idaho people? What should I do? And just said to I think email it or send it.
So did you? I'm sorry. Did you and Officer Pillar decide that you were going to record this phone call?
Oh, no.
But you had talked to Officer Pillar about doing this?
No, I just had a contact with him and communicated with him, saying I need to come and talk to you. I can't remember I'm trying to remember the dates, if I had talked to him already, but it had nothing to do with the recording. Yeah.
Okay. And you indicate that one of the reasons that you made the recording was so that you would be able to have some sort of audio proof that you didn't know anything about where JJ was.
That's one of the reasons.
Okay. So it was a self-serving phone call.
It was a multi-serving.
I'm sorry?
It was a multi-serving purpose.
Okay. But part of it was self-serving.
Partially.
Yes?
Yes, partially.
Okay. And during that recording, at one point you said you would be safe if you hadn't opened dark portals. Your salvation is in trouble. My salvation is not in trouble. Do you recall saying that?
I don't remember saying my salvation wasn't. I don't remember exactly, but I remember the first part. What you said is that her salvation was in trouble.
What about the dark portals?
Yeah.
Can you tell us a little bit about the dark portals? What does that mean?
Sure. So they often talked about creating portals. So Chad would explain to Lori how to make a portal so that they could. Hers was in her closet. I think his was on his bed or in his room somewhere, and that they could communicate through some kind of ability to communicate through a portal. Not that you could physically see anything, but it was something that they would make up in a spiritual realm in their mind, and that they would be able to communicate. And so they were participating in that kind of ideas. So that's how I would explain it.
Did you have a portal?
No.
No?
No.
Okay. You also talked about Korihor in that phone call. Who is Korihor?
Yes, I did talk about Korihor. He is a antichrist found in the Book of Mormon, in the Book of Alma. He was going around preaching of the idea of he was antichrist. He was teaching against the idea of a Christ coming to our world. And after he had questioned the prophet Alma, questioning him and saying, "Show me a sign that there is a Christ," he wanted proof. And he said, "Well, if it's God's will, you will be struck dumb." And so he struck dumb. And after he was struck dumb, he said that he was deceived by Satan or the devil in the form of an angel, and that he taught him some teachings that were pleasing to the carnal mind, in so much that he had much success and convinced himself that they were true. That's what I was referring to.
And so you're referring to her as an antichrist?
Yes.
Okay. You also mentioned Alma in there. Alma is also a person in the Book of Mormon?
Correct. He's a person that believes in Christ as a prophet.
Okay. And you also mentioned, I believe, Joseph Smith in that phone call, or Lori did, one of the two of you, and he is also someone who is connected with the Book of Mormon?
In translating it, Joseph Smith was.
Okay. So all of the characters I hate to say characters, people that are in the conversation that you were talking about, biblically or scripturally, those were all either from the Book of Mormon or from the Bible?
I believe they were all from the Book of Mormon.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure.
You talked a little bit about talking to Lori the day that Tammy passed away, Tammy Daybell. You recall that?
Yes.
And where was Lori when Tammy had passed away? Do you know?
She told me she was in Hawaii.
Okay. Do you have any reason to believe she wasn't in Hawaii?
No.
Okay. The prosecutor asked you a little bit about light and dark scales and trust scales and loyalty to different people. And then you went in and talked a little bit about vibrations. So tell me a little more about these vibrations. Was that a new concept for you that Lori was telling you about?
The idea of having a vibration high enough to be translated as a being, yes, that was a new idea.
Okay. This wasn't part of energy work or those kinds of new age type of beliefs?
The word vibration is common amongst, I would say, alternative or energy work, but the realm in which they discussed it was at a different level, so had a new kind of a meaning to it. That was how I interpreted it.
Okay. And so, had you been involved in or had training or experiences with vibrations as far as energy work or as far as the new age or new age concepts?
The only thing I could probably think of is maybe doing some yoga, but we didn't really kind of talk. I mean, they talked about vibration a little bit, about, highest vibration is like love or peace, something like that.
So this isn't something totally new to you?
It's not totally new.
Okay. Just to end, I would like to ask you a little bit about Alex Cox, and you indicate that at some point he had totally bought into the zombie concept, right?
Correct.
And that you specifically said he had 100% believed it was true. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then you had asked, I believe it was you that asked, what had happened to JJ. Is that right? Did you ever ask Alex that?
That's right, I did.
And what did Alex say?
he says, I said, do I want to know what happened to him? And he said, you don't want to know.
And then what was the conversation after that?
He talked about how the police came to his apartment, took his guns. They were really evil people, the police people were. And then Melanie was there, and she talked about how her house was broken into too. They took her, I think, money or something like that. And then Alex talked about getting ready to go on a honeymoon, or like get married to Sulema. And anyway, we just kind of talked about a bunch of stuff, and then he talked about how Chad had given him a patriarchal blessing, and talked about how he felt he was it was a very touching blessing for Alex, and very emotional about it. And then we met up with Sulema, during part of it, because she was just on the walking way towards her house, and then we talked about a little bit what was going on up there in Rexburg, just the police and this and that, and I don't know, those kind of things.
But it seemed like everything kind of revolved around, where was JJ? We're looking for JJ, right?
There was a little talk about that, but then they changed the subject and talked about what was going on and how they were being chased and those kind of things.
Why do you think they were being chased?
Well, that's what I asked them. I didn't understand why they were, and they just said the evil was after them.
Okay. So basically you asked, do I want to know what happened to JJ? And they said, no, you don't want to know.
Yeah.
And that was Alex. And was anybody else there?
Melanie was there.
Melanie who?
Pulowski.
Okay. She was there when that was said?
She was there. I don't know if she was right next to me, but she was, they were both together, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
And he just kept skirting the issue of, I'm not going to tell you where JJ is?
Yeah, he didn't announce it. And then later I'd ask Sulema, what did he mean? What does that mean? And she's like, and she had asked him, because she didn't understand either what had happened to JJ. And he told her that they couldn't be found. And so when I questioned her about it, I said, I'm very concerned about this. So I asked her what he told her.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Redirect.
So you were asked about a couple things that I just want to go over with you again.
Okay.
You were asked about Tylee not liking you.
Correct.
And I think you indicated that it didn't seem like she liked you. Had you been around other teenagers before?
Yes.
Had you seen other teenagers have an attitude?
Sure.
Was there anything about Tylee's behavior that you thought was completely out of the ordinary for a teenager?
If you have some teenagers that are ornery and disrespectful, then she would fit into that category. Yeah.
And I talked to you a little bit before about Tylee's interactions with her mother, Lori.
Yeah.
Did you observe similar behaviors towards Lori from Tylee?
Lori was generally pretty calm around her. She usually didn't react with her, disrespect. She tried to make friends with her most of the time.
Did you observe Tylee being disrespectful to her mom at times?
Yes.
During this time, was this towards the time that you were spending quite a bit of time with Lori?
Yeah. Well, yes, just throughout. Throughout, because she moved, and wherever she was, usually Tylee was with her.
I think they may have brought this up, but where did you spend Christmas of 2018? Do you recall?
Christmas Day?
Or just around Christmas. Did you go to anyone's house?
It seemed like I did something with Lori and her family, but I don't remember exactly what day it was.
And throughout your friendship with Lori, did you travel with her?
I, not in the airplane, but I flew to visit her in Hawaii, and then I went by myself, I flew to see her in Texas.
And when you went to see her in Hawaii, do you recall approximately when that would have been?
February, I believe, the end of February 2019.
And do you spend time with her there?
Yes.
Did you notice anything with regard to whether or not she was in contact with Chad Daybell?
Yes, she was.
Was that pretty consistent contact?
Yes.
Daily?
Yes.
And did you overhear conversations?
I would hear a little bit. She often would sit in the balcony and talk to him for a while, and then we'd go to the beach and she would talk to him, and if we were at lunch or breakfast, she may have received phone calls from him, but I knew she was in correspondence.
Was that a daily thing?
Yes.
And in February of 2019, both Charles and Tammy were alive, is that correct?
Correct.
Did you also do podcasts with Lori?
I did.
And how often did you do the podcasts?
It seemed like they were once a week, and then maybe it changed to maybe once. It changed. I don't recall. Maybe once a month to once every few weeks. It kind of changed a bit. She wasn't on all the podcasts.
You were asked about JJ and what if he had any special services. Do you recall if JJ had a service dog?
He did.
Did Lori ever tell you if that dog went with them to Idaho?
No, I don't believe so.
This is beyond the scope of direct or cross.
I will sustain that. We're outside of the scope of direct.
Did Lori tell you that you had been on the earth before?
Yes.
And you were asked some more things about the temple. Is the temple related to the LDS faith?
Yes.
And when, before I'd ask you about sealings a little bit, sealings done at the temple, do sealings generally take place in the temple?
Yes.
And is that part of the LDS
Beyond the
faith?
scope of cross. I'm going to object.
That will be overruled. That went into on cross. So you can continue, Ms. Blake.
Are marriages common in the temple for the LDS faith?
Yes.
Did you want to believe Lori?
I think sometimes. She's very convincing.
You were asked about Tylee being a zombie at the age of 12 or 13. And I believe you indicated that Chad had told Lori that?
I believe it was him, yes.
And then you said Lori told you that Tylee became dark between February and June of 2019? Are those right dates?
Well, no,
or
it was like, I said between February and June, but as I was pondering, I think, I remember, I definitely remember when I was in Texas, she talking about it. So whenever I was in Texas, which I think it was in April or May.
And if someone was a zombie, was it your understanding that Chad and Lori would say that person was already dark?
Yes.
So was this an example of some of the inconsistent teachings done by Chad and Lori?
When you say inconsistent, what do you mean?
I think you talked about that it would evolve and kind of change. Was this
right.
an example of that?
Yeah.
And you were asked about the switch in the life insurance policy regarding Charles. Could you have learned about that switch after Charles' death?
No.
Did you see Lori and communicate with her in the days after Charles' death?
Did I see her?
Did you see her or communicate with her in the days after Charles had passed away?
Yeah, about probably 4 days after he passed away, she contacted me. And I don't know if I saw her like the day after that or something.
And you were asked about that phone call and whether or not it was self-serving. Did you have concerns that someone would try to falsely accuse you of something?
Yes.
Who did you think may falsely accuse you of something?
Chad and Lori.
And you said that was only one of the reasons for the call. What was the other reason again?
I wanted to find out if I could find the whereabouts where JJ was.
Who did you believe would have the information as to where JJ was?
I believe Lori would have known because that's her son.
Did you turn that recording over to the police?
I did.
At the time that you made that call on December 8th, did you believe things Lori had taught you anymore?
No.
Did you at that time believe she was teaching false things for her own personal gain?
Yes.
You were asked about some of the concepts such as vibrations. not being completely new words or new terms.
Yes.
Were some of the teachings of Lori linked or based on terms that were more mainstream?
They could have originated from them through different energy workers to different things they'd heard through the alternative field, and then it led into other things.
And you were, in your opinion, did that make it easier to believe them?
Yes.
You were asked about the term zombie as well.
Correct.
And you've heard the term zombie before Lori told it to you.
That's right.
And had you ever heard the term zombie in the way that Lori used it, though, before she told you?
No.
Was your understanding of the way they use zombie that the body of that person was still alive?
I'm trying to figure out how you're asking. Hold on. I just make sure I understand your question. Say that again.
I can phrase it different.
Yeah,
that might be helpful. Yeah. The way that Lori told you how zombies worked is the person's spirit would be pushed out of their body.
Right.
And the body would still be alive.
Right.
And is that the way that they use zombie to you?
That's the way they used it, correct.
They weren't using it in the term that, would you say it was in the way you'd heard the term before, such as in a horror movie?
No.
It had a different definition attached.
Yes.
I think before you mentioned that Chad and Lori if they wanted people gone, those people became zombies.
Yes.
Okay, we have court feed, so I thought we'd go ahead and go back over. Oops, hang on. Let me take this thing off the screen. But we're almost at the end of her testimony, so I'm going to try to finish playing it, and then I'll switch back over if it comes back up.
At some point, did you start to observe a pattern as to what was happening when someone was deemed a zombie?
Yes.
And what pattern did you start to see?
The pattern I start to see is when people in her personal life or close to that personal life, they started questioning her, not happy with the situations that were going on between her and her niece, and so sorry, I'm just losing my train of thought a little bit. Please ask the question again.
So I was talking if you started to see a pattern evolve with when someone was deemed a zombie.
Yes.
And what that pattern was.
Right. So the pattern was as soon as they started questioning her or, just thought something suspicious going on, all of a sudden that person became dark or a zombie.
And when you talk about someone, people that they wanted gone were deemed zombies. When they would deem those people zombies, were those people gone?
Most of them. Not every single person.
But did they deem Charles a zombie?
Yes.
And when I say they, I guess I should be specific. Did Lori deem Charles a zombie?
Yes.
Did Lori refer to Tammy Daybell as a zombie?
I believe so. She probably used that word, but I'm not 100%. I think so.
Did she refer to Tammy as being possessed?
Yeah. Yeah.
Did she refer to Tylee as a zombie?
Yes.
Did she refer to JJ as a zombie?
Yes.
And we talked before, to the best of your understanding, Alex Cox believed what they told him.
Correct.
He believed what Lori told him about zombies.
Correct.
Did you ever observe Alex's relationship with Lori?
Yes.
Could you describe their relationship?
They seemed very close. They joked around a lot with each other. They seemed to be there for each other.
Do you know if at any point Alex was given a special designation as to what his purpose on earth was?
Yes, it was to basically be her protector.
Did you observe or do you know if Alex would do what Lori asked him to?
I felt that he would. I mean, I don't know 100% everything she told him to do.
I think we talked about, you'd indicated Lori had told you she was going to ask Alex to stay with her the night before Charles was shot by Alex.
That's right.
And Alex stayed the night?
Sorry.
Judge, I'm going to object. I never went into any of this on.
Okay, looks like they're coming back. Lori's hair is still up like a dog or a 16-year-old, whichever you'd like to call it. There is no audio. Let me just.
You're present.
Now there is.
Bring in the jury. Oh, I did put drafts of proposed jury instructions for you guys to review tonight. Obviously, some of those can change depending on what happens with the defense case, but that's at least something for you to get started with. Let's bring in the jury.
Okay, so is Duncan, they weren't done with Duncan, were they? Because Lori's got to at least cross him. So I guess they'll finish with him, and then they'll have, from what I'm assuming, more law enforcement people come up. Like a standard poodle. Like a dog or a 16-year-old, whichever it should be. Patty said, hope she enjoyed her bologna sandwich. Yeah, he's still on direct. Okay. Korean
All right,
bologna.
the jury is present. Please be seated. You can continue with this witness.
I have the Elmo, please. Thank you.
That takes a minute to restart when it's shut down. So.
Wait a second here.
Should be kicking on. I know when it times itself out, it shuts down. You want to email the AV guys just in case it doesn't pop on here in a second.
They were working on something.
They were working on something?
Yes, I don't know what it was, but they.
Okay. Rather than keeping everyone waiting, why don't we go ahead and have the jury go to the jury room? We'll see if we can get this up and running here in a few minutes.
Oh, for crying out loud. They've had an hour to fix it. What's the problem? Why don't they get this stuff done before they come back onto court? All right. Let's go back to this. I'll switch back over if it comes back on.
And so she's just redirecting for her own benefit for redirecting, has nothing to do with the cross-exam.
I do agree we're outside of the scope again of where we went with both direct and cross at this point, so I'll sustain that.
And Ms. Gibb, you were asked if you met with the prosecutors prior to today.
Yes.
And if you went over your testimony with the prosecutors.
Yes.
And you indicated that you did meet with me.
Yes.
Do you recall, during the prep, did that influence your testimony today?
No.
Do you recall me discussing with you that all we ask you to do is tell the truth today?
Always.
And is that what you've done today?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Blake. Any recross, Mr. Thomas?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That'll conclude your testimony then, Ms. Gibb.
Okay, let me go back because that was awfully quick. You couldn't even read it. I'm eating candy too. Hang on. So, back in 2019, right after right after Charles contacted the police, they did bring her in and question her. Now, we watched pieces of this, but we have not watched. What I didn't pick up was how much freaking Melanie was in there and talking. So, guys, listen to this.
They joke.
Talk to her.
Oh, no, I'm never going to get back there. Why is it so hard to adjust?
They weren't using.
Okay, there it is. Again, when they come back in on court, I'll switch back over.
Good. Oh. We got enough chairs for everybody? Yeah, I think so.
No, I won't fit with those handles.
No? I wasn't gonna file a
It
report,
makes
but
my
my
hips
friend who
rather
is a
wide.
police officer told me to file a report.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alright.
It's like, it's just good to have it on record, so.
Yeah, okay, I got a little bit of info from dispatch. Said he stole your phone
What
and
happened?
your purse.
Why don't you tell us what happened?
So yesterday, I got in an argument with my husband on the phone, and he was in Texas working, and I found some stuff that he'd been doing, so he was really defensive. And so I took the kids, we spent the night in a hotel because I knew he was coming home. And so this morning when I took my son to school, which he goes, when I went into the school to take him into school, he was waiting somewhere and like stole my purse out of the car, my whole purse. So my phone, my wallet, my money, my everything was in there. So I had the door locked, but the sunroof was open because we have a service dog and he was in the car and I didn't want to, my son was kind of throwing a fit. I didn't want to get them both out of the car because it was a mess this morning. And we didn't have any of our stuff because we spent the night in a hotel and he was out of his element. So I didn't lock the door for like the first time ever, and he like, whatever, either got it out, I don't remember if the door was locked, he got it out, or he reached through the sunroof and just got it.
Okay.
But then he started texting all my family and all my friends and impersonating me and got my friend lured over to the house to meet him, where he had like kicked in the door to get into the house and stuff, so.
And you did that this morning?
Last night.
Last night, okay.
Which I'm glad we went there. So.
Right, okay.
And so when I got there, I'm like, Lori? Where's Lori?
He
Oh,
texted
she's
her
not
from
here.
my phone because he was pretending to be me, saying, "Oh, come meet me at the house," and whatever.
Okay. How did he, what did he say to you then?
He said, can you come to the house now?
And then when you
I
got,
said, sure, yeah, and he
okay.
proceeded to act like he was himself.
Do you have the text messages on your phone?
I have them on my phone, but so when I got there, I said, you've been using Lori's phone to connect with me. He goes, sorry, I deceived you. I said, oh, okay, yeah, you did. And luckily, there were some other people there that were.
So he was changing the locks and probably got the door fixed where he kicked it in, so that
the locksmiths were there. So I'm glad that they were there. But there was a white Suburban, which I don't know. It was up in there. I don't know where he got that car, but anyway, it was a few vehicles, so I didn't know, who. I suspected it would be her. I should have noticed that your car wasn't there, but I didn't notice that. So.
Okay, what kind of car do you drive?
An Infiniti QX80 black.
So you got to the house and then you got there, he said, yeah, I deceived you, and then what was he calling you there for?
He wanted me to come over there and get some information about her, pretty much.
Oh, okay, what did he ask you?
He was asking, like, what's got into her, like,
where is she,
Where is she? Of course, I didn't say where she was. I didn't know where she was. She didn't actually.
I didn't tell anybody. She didn't tell Chandler because I just thought it was safer for everybody to know.
He just basically wanted me to take his side, I think, and just say,
told her how crazy I was and stuff like that. So.
And what was your name?
Melanie.
Melanie, your last name?
Gibb. Gibb.
Okay, just because for documentation later, what's your date of birth?
So easy to remember.
So, okay, so he had you come there, was asking you questions, so, like, is this something that's happened before, or is this like,
Unfortunately, yeah, we've had
Okay,
to
so
leave
you've
and go
been-
to hotels just while he calms down or something, so we've done that before.
what is it, like, that motivates him doing this kind of stuff? Does he say one?
He just goes nuts sometimes. But
Just goes
this
nuts
time
sometimes?
I caught him cheating and I had evidence and I told him about it, and he travels a lot for business, so I told him about it and told him not to come home and that his stuff would be gone and that his car would be gone and all this thing. So he's a little mad.
She's just trying to protect herself. Yeah.
But I just left with the kids because I didn't want them in all the drama.
Yeah.
So then he took your phone and purse, and has he tried to make contact with you since?
He's trying to contact me through her. He has
Through
my
her?
phone. I don't have a way to be
Okay.
contacted.
Yeah, and I didn't
I wasn't
know her.
sure.
I didn't know what her. I couldn't contact.
Can you delete the laptop portion of that? All right,
Thank you.
go ahead. Sorry about that.
Oh, thank you. All right, so just to put us back into perspective, when we broke before lunch, we were discussing Exhibit 227, correct?
Yes,
And this was some of the SMS or text messages between Lori Vallow and Alex Cox that were collected from her Lolly Time iCloud account.
correct.
Okay. And we had discussed the text messages from July 9th referencing the intervention.
Yes,
And we had discussed the text messages from July 9th discussing Nephi.
yes,
Those messages also referred to Mel, correct?
correct.
Now, as we go to the next page of this report, for the 10th of July, do we then see text messages between Lori Vallow and Alex Cox talking about meeting up for lunch with Mel on July 10th?
I do.
And then as those messages go along, does Lori Vallow in fact invite Alex over to her house?
Yes,
And he advises, okay.
yes.
Are there any text messages between them on the 11th of July?
There are none.
Now, the next messages that we show in this, and again, these are not all of the text messages, correct?
Correct,
Is from the 13th of July, correct?
correct.
And it says, need you, Adam is freaking out. Based upon your understanding of the case and the testimony of Adam Cox, is that when he found out Charles Vallow was dead?
That is correct.
So this one is from Lori Vallow to Alex saying, need you, Adam is freaking out.
Yes,
Again, as we kind of go through what was relevant, and we're not saying these are all of the text messages, on August 12th, do we see a text message from Lori Vallow to Alex Cox saying at Social Security?
yes, you do.
Based upon your information and review of the case, were you familiar with August 12th being the date that Lori Vallow went to Social Security to apply for survivor benefits?
Yes,
Told us that when you were looking through these messages, we had originally looked at some of the messages from the Lori for Style account. And you had looked for messages involving Ned, correct? When we heard testimony from Serena Sharp, do you recall her using the word zombie?
I do.
And that she indicated that that was a term that Lori used.
Correct.
And it referred to something to do with the possession.
Yes,
As you were looking through these messages, did you ever see Lori referring to people as Zs
I
or
did.
Z,
Just the single letter Z.
single letter Z? And so when we look at these messages, Exhibit 227, do we see starting on September 3rd, a message from Lori Vallow to her brother, Alex Cox, saying bad news on our brother.
Yes.
And Alex responds, what's that?
Correct.
And she says, Z.
Yes.
And does Alex then say, really, when was that?
Yes.
As that conversation continued on that September 3rd, does Lori tell Alex as of early January?
Yes.
Now, is it your understanding, based upon both testimony from people like Kay Woodcock as well as your own investigation and testimony from Christina Atwood, that sort of in February and March is when Lori Vallow disappeared?
Yes.
So she's now saying her brother has been a Z as early as January. Does then Alex Cox respond back to her? That explains his interest in Charles.
You say her brother, I think, as far as Z or Zach? Zach is
Her brother
yes.
first.
Yeah.
So initially she's talking about her brother, right?
Correct, yes.
And so in this conversation, as we start through, Lori is telling Alex that their brother is a Z, correct?
Correct.
As early as January, and it's tied to Charles, right?
Correct.
And in fact, the next text from Lori Vallow to Adam says, Ned recruited him shortly after. This is why, right?
Yes.
She then goes on to say he's part of the 24, correct?
Yes.
And Alex says, that makes sense. Wow.
Correct.
Does Lori then go on to speak of more Zs?
She does.
Does she in fact say, again, still on this September 3rd conversation, more sad news, guess who is the final Z of the 24?
Yes.
And Alex questions if it's Pops or Brandon.
Correct.
And then Alex also says, Zach. Oops, may not be showing yet, sorry. So Lori tells, guess who the final Z of the 24 is, right?
Correct.
And we see from Alex, he guesses Pops or Brandon with a question mark.
Yes.
And then Alex also responds, Zach.
Correct.
And sort of the times here are close in time.
Correct.
We have 10:20:29 and 10:20:43. Lori responds, nope, think of Judas, who loved me completely, then turned against me.
Yes.
And then we see Alex saying, tell me.
Correct.
And Lori Vallow says to Alex, yes, our sweet Zach, he is in paradise, the real Zach. It makes final sense.
Can you push that up a little further just to verify? That is correct.
And does Alex then ask Lori, his sister, when this happened?
Yes.
So we're still on the same date. And does Lori then tell Alex about the time he turned, makes sense, he being dedicated to Brandon and Ned?
Yes.
So again, we're still seeing this reference of Ned being Charles.
Correct.
And so now they're tying Adam, Zach, and Brandon with Charles.
Correct.
And so do we see again, so from Alex to Lori, so February.
Yes.
And again, is this around that time period where Lori Vallow disappeared?
Correct.
Left JJ with Charles.
Yes.
And we had heard in the interview that the defendant gave with Detective Ann Clan that she told her about her just leaving and disappearing.
Yes.
as that conversation goes on, does Alex then say, how did Zach die, or was he forced out?
He does.
Previously in the Lori for Style, had we seen again a reference of Charles' body being alive, but Ned being gone?
Yeah.
And again, we've heard people testify as to Charles being possessed by that evil spirit,
Yes.
and the unknown of if that spirit went away, what that would mean for Charles.
Correct.
So this conversation then, after Alex asked Lori, how did Zach die, or was he forced out? Does Lori go on to say, it's crazy, I know, but it's sad and true. Now we know all 24, right?
Yes.
And then she also tells Alex, forced out, I think.
Correct.
And did Alex then say with his anxiety, he wasn't strong enough to fight back?
Yes.
And Lori, and he said, So throughout this time period, from February of 2019 up through September after this, are we still seeing Lori talking about Charles being Ned?
Yes.
This concept of Z or zombies?
Correct.
And others that seem to have helped Charles were equally dark.
Yes.
On the day, or the day leading up to, as well as on the 11th of July, so July 10th and 11th, did you, in looking at the reports for the Lolly Time iCloud account, see messages between Lori Vallow and her sister Summer?
I did.
In those messages, did you see Summer providing updates as to the location of Adam and Zach on the 10th?
On the 10th, yes.
And did you also see Summer providing information about a place for Lori to stay?
I did.
I can have my paralegal approach with 287. Do you recognize Exhibit 287 as some of those text messages between, from Summer, Lori's sister, to Lori on July 10th, advising about Adam and Zach?
I do.
State will move to admit 287 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
287 is admitted.
Now, just so we understand again, how is Zach related to Adam?
Zach is Adam's son.
And so we heard Adam say that when he came down here, Zach was staying with his parents.
Yes.
And Zach ended up actually flying home with him.
Yes.
So on the 10th of July, we see, again, this is instant messages now. Is that another type of data that could be saved in the iCloud account?
Yeah, yes, it can.
So in these instant messages, we can see who it's from as a contact of some, right?
Correct.
And Adam had told us that Summer was sometimes called Some.
Yes.
And then again, contact the 480 with the last number is 9562. Is that Lori Vallow's?
Yes, it is.
So instant messages between Lori Vallow and Summer.
Yes.
So on July 10th at 2:04, Summer's asking if Lori can talk.
Yes.
And then about 34 minutes later, does she advise that mom is in the car with Adam and Zach on the way home from Sky Harbor?
Correct.
And so we knew that Adam came in early afternoon on the 10th, right?
Yes.
And then Summer tells her sister, Lori Vallow, she wanted to know if she could confront him as a preemptive strike. I told her no, just to collect info.
Yes.
So we know from the 9th in that conversation or that text message by Lori Vallow to her brother Alex that she's aware there's an intervention about to happen.
Correct.
And she is rallying the troops around her.
Correct.
And her mom is asking if she can help by doing a preemptive strike.
Yes.
Then do we see an instant message also on the 10th at 2:43 from Mimi. Adam thinks Melanie left for Utah today because that's the last he knew. I just left it that way.
Yes.
Again, going back to that July 9th message, did Lori tell Alex that Mel had to stay and she couldn't go to Utah?
Yes.
As Summer continues updating Lori Vallow on July 10th at 2:48, does she tell her they're headed to Mimi's house?
Correct.
And then as we continue on at 7:10 at 3:29, does Summer provide an update again that Zach and Adam are headed to a Spider-Man movie and the time that is happening at?
Yes, they do.
Then on 7:10 at 4:56, we see again a message from Summer. I think so, just me and the kids here, right?
Correct.
Or M. Then we see a reference to JJ at 7:10 at 6:25 that he left his wrist brace and ukulele there, right?
Yes.
At 6:26 p.m. on July 10th, does Summer then offer Lori that she could stay at her house?
She does.
She tells her, would you rather stay here this week while we are gone? That way no one would know you were here. We can tell Zach we are putting Zeus in a kennel.
Correct.
So she's willing to lie to Zach so her sister can stay at her house and have no one know where she is.
Apparently.
Then she continues to update Lori that at 8:10 p.m. on the 10th that Zach and Adam are still here playing Phase 10 and eating, right?
Yes.
And as the night goes on, Summer then advises that, again, keeping her updated where Adam and Zach are.
Correct.
Did this message say, again, that Adam was waiting for Al to text him back?
Yes.
So again, we knew Adam was thinking he was staying with Al, right?
Correct.
And then finally at 8:54, we see Adam and Zach just left to go to Mimi's.
Yes.
And so we heard from Adam that they stayed with his parents.
Correct.
And then on the 11th, did we just see instant messages from Summer reaching out to Lori saying, how's it going today?
Yes.
No responses on those.
No.
Now, we've seen a lot of this mention of Melanie or Mel. And when Adam testified, he told us that his sister's daughter was Melanie Boudreau at the time, correct?
Correct.
In the lollytime at iCloud.com account, was there a contact name for a Mel B or Melanie B?
Yes, there was.
And did you learn who Melanie B was in this contact list?
That was Melanie Boudreau.
So we see a mention of a Mel in that July 9th Nephi text to Alex, right?
Correct.
And we see other mentions of Mel throughout these other text messages that we've had,
Yes.
including the need for Melanie or Mel not to go to Utah, correct?
Correct.
Show defense 228.
Go ahead.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 228. Looking at 228, are those some of the text messages from the 9th and 10th between Lori Vallow and Melanie B on the Lolly time?
Yes, they are.
And do those again involve sort of Melanie staying here in Phoenix instead of going to Utah,
Yes.
as well as updating on where Charles is and where Al is?
Correct.
State will move to admit 228.
Any objection?
No objection.
228 submitted.
So we had talked about earlier that there are a lot of times where we see sort of the call me things sent. When you first look at this 228, the messages between Lori Vallow and Melanie B on July 9th at about 7:21 p.m., do we start with a message from Lori to Melanie, need to talk to you ASAP?
Yes.
Now, when you were talking about the Alex message, let me grab that one. Sorry, right here. When we look at 227, we see messages with Alex Cox that are a little bit later, where we're talking the plot thickens, call me when you can, right?
Correct.
So these messages to Melanie B occur before, but it's the same sort of thing. So the plot thickens, call me when you can. We see a message from Lori to Melanie, need to talk to you ASAP, right?
Correct.
And then I'll call you in 5, finding out what to do. Correct?
Correct.
And then a response of K.
Yes.
As sort of the night goes on, we see some sort of messages of Melanie updating Lori of where she is and what's going on, right?
Correct.
And then we see from Lori telling Melanie at 8 o'clock, you can't go tomorrow. It's a setup for both of us, still on the phone, finding out the details.
Correct.
At that time, she hasn't sent the message yet to Alex, correct?
Correct.
So the Nephi message has not gone out yet.
Yes.
So then we see Lori Vallow sending to Melanie B, they have an elaborate plan, I'll call you soon.
Yes.
Correct?
Correct.
Then as the time goes on, we see a message again, now from Melanie saying, I could take all the babies and drive and take our stuff.
Correct.
But Lori responds, you can't go at all. We both need to stay here to defend ourselves, right?
Can you move that up, please?
Sure. Yes. Sorry.
That is correct.
So Lori's telling her you can't go.
Yes.
And this is where then we see a message from Lori Vallow to Melanie B. It's coming to a head. This week will change everything.
Yes.
And that's where Melanie B says, probably why I felt sick about going, even when told to plan to go.
Correct.
And then again, we see another call me, right?
Correct.
Now, when we look at timing, we know again, when we go to 227, that the plot thickens to Alex is at 9:03, right?
Yes.
And so now we also have the plot thickens also sent here where they're talking.
That's to Alex.
Sorry, that's Alex, yes.
Right.
So as the night goes on, 9:28, this is sort of in between those messages to Alex as well as before the Nephi one.
Right.
And do we see here that Melanie says, I can lay at my house if I need somewhere to go. And then she goes on to say, I think I'll tell him I don't want to get the kids sick, so I'll go lay down at Mimi's, then gym, temple, and lunch.
Yes.
So she's going to pretend to be sick, but she's going to go to the gym, temple, and lunch.
Correct.
Then she continues to sort of advise what's going on the 10th and tell Lori, is it better for me to stay here or leave, do you think? So she's getting her direction from Lori.
Correct.
And then from Melanie, she advises Lori, Adam and Charles don't come until tomorrow, right? Or she asked her. And then she says, Brandon said it's okay, we can get in a flight tomorrow or whenever you're better.
Yes.
So on the 10th, Melanie asked if Charles and Adam are coming in, right?
Yes.
And Lori tells them they both come tonight. Correct?
Yes.
So she already knows that Adam is coming and that Charles is coming.
Yes.
Does it go on? Okay. This is from Melanie. So today doesn't really matter, but I'm here. I have the kids tomorrow, and that could make it easier for them. So I should probably be sick again tomorrow, question mark?
Correct. Correct.
And again, does Lori say, I think so, but I think they're moving their plans to tomorrow since they will still try to get rid of you.
Yes.
Then there's a discussion from Melanie about wanting to go to this wedding.
Correct.
And Lori saying, I know, baby, I'm so sorry. This is important to your mission, even though I know it's hard to just sit there.
Correct.
So she's given her a mission to pretend to be sick.
She has a mission, yes.
Then we see from Melanie, I just got to the gym, but do you want to do lunch after? What's your day look like? Are you going to Glendale?
Correct.
So we can see a plan going here where she's pretending to be sick for Lori, but they're meeting up.
Yes.
Lori says, yes, let's do lunch. I'm not going today.
Correct.
Then they discuss sort of meeting up. And as we go on in the 10th, is Melanie advising her that Brandon's been here the whole time. He's been on the phone and texting the whole time. I told him I'm trying to get on a flight tomorrow, but he thought the wedding was tomorrow, so he was surprised it's Friday.
Correct.
And Lori tells her maybe she can go tomorrow night. So on the 11th, Lori Vallow already knows by the night of on the 10th, Lori Vallow was already knowing, but by the night of the 11th, Mel need not stick around.
Correct.
So she needs to be there in the morning, but maybe you can go tomorrow night on the 11th.
Correct.
And then we see again, Melanie, maybe I'll tell him I'm not going at all. And then I just end up going Thursday night, but his plans are canceled. And again, so July 11th is Thursday, right?
Yes.
Lori then tells Melanie, I don't want you to regret not going, right?
Correct.
Melanie checks in on Lori. This is still the 10th. How are things on your end? And also, I don't want to regret not going. Meanwhile, I'm over here dreading packing and playing sick, right?
Correct.
So she confirms that she's doing this for Lori to distract Brandon.
She's not really sick, yes.
Then we see Melanie saying, packing for the move, that is, and then asked to be, will you clear me?
Correct.
So still on the 10th, as we get to 6:47, we have Lori telling Melanie, sure, I'll work on you now. Do you want to come over for a blessing?
Correct.
And this is where we then see Melanie ask, sure, I can, but is Charles coming? Is Al there? Right? And so Lori lets her know that Al is here at 7:18 p.m. on July 10th, right?
Correct.
And Charles says he will come over in the morning.
Yes.
So at 7:18, everyone sort of knows Al is over at Lori's. Charles isn't there. He'll be over the next morning.
Correct.
And then we see Melanie say, I'll head over, right?
Correct.
This next message is from the 11th, correct?
Yes.
And we see her tell Lori again, Zach is here, right?
Correct.
And again, now it's closer to 8. He just acted like he was coming over to get his mail. He told Brandon, oh, hey, Adam's in town. And Brandon acted like he didn't know. I asked if he was moving in with Adam Cannon, and he said he doesn't know yet. And then do they confirm after that, I can fly out at 9 p.m. tonight and be back Saturday afternoon?
Correct. And those two prior messages, so you can see the time frame of 7:48. Obviously, the event has taken place, and they're not read until 1:38 in the afternoon.
Okay. So yes, so this is at the 7:53 a.m. when this is sent. That is after Lori Vallow has left the house with Charles's phone in his car.
Correct.
And it's read at 1:28 after Lori Vallow has been interviewed and released back in Charles Vallow's SUV.
Yes.
And they go over to Alex's house.
Correct.
So when you're trying to put this case together, you're having to pull all these different text messages to see when Lori knew what she knew and who she was directing to do things, correct?
Correct.
As you were looking through these messages, were you also having to figure out who some of these people were?
Yes, I was.
We had talked about that phone number, the 515 number that was listed as a contact of Bubby. Do you
Yes.
recall that?
Yes.
And that you, through looking at the iCloud account, the text messages, the call that was made by Chad Daybell using this phone and recorded, that Bubby contact name is Chad Daybell.
Correct.
When you were reviewing those iCloud accounts, does every text message always save in them?
They do not, no.
So did you also have to look at phone records to see if those matched up or if there were missing records?
I did.
And we talked about, obviously, phone calls are not saved in the iCloud account, right?
Correct.
So when you were looking at those Chad Daybell phone records, did you look to see on the morning of July 11th of 2019 if there were any text messages or phone calls made between Chad Daybell's Bubby phone and Lori Vallow?
I did.
Do those records show a text message from Chad Daybell's phone to Lori Vallow's phone on July 11th of 2019 at 6:06 a.m.?
Yes,
And those are all in the records that we previously admitted.
correct.
Was there another text message from Lori Vallow's cell phone to Chad Daybell's phone on July 11th at 6:12 a.m.?
Yes,
Was there a text message from Chad Daybell's phone to Lori Vallow's phone at 7:01 a.m.?
correct.
And another text message from Chad Daybell's phone to Lori Vallow's phone at 7:33 a.m.
Yes,
So those phone records don't show us the content of those.
no, it just shows that the message they were communicating, but her iCloud will not show the actual content of those.
Okay. Looking still at that Exhibit 223, as well as Exhibit 223, which is the 515 number associated with Chad Daybell, and looking at the T-Mobile records for Lori Vallow, Exhibit 220. Did you look at those two records to see if there was any calls or text messages between Chad Daybell's phone and Lori Vallow's phone after Charles was shot on
Yes.
July 11th?
Yes,
Was there a phone call between those two phones, Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow, on July 11th at 12:39 p.m.?
yes, there was.
That lasted about 1 minute and 45 seconds.
Correct.
So that would have been after Lori Vallow was interviewed by the police and brought back to the residence.
Correct.
Was there no other phone call on July 11th of 2019 from Chad Daybell's phone to Lori Vallow's phone at 2:28 p.m. that lasted a little over 11 minutes?
Yes,
Is that around the time that Detective Enclan was calling Lori to have her come back to 5531 South Four Peaks?
yes, it was.
Did you see another call between Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell at 5:42 p.m. that lasted for over 30 minutes?
I did.
And did you see another call between Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow on July 11th of 2019 at 7 p.m. that lasted approximately 11 minutes?
Yes,
And did you see a final call on July 11th between Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow at 7:54 p.m. that lasted a little over 13 minutes?
I did.
When you were looking at the text messages between Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell, or contact name Bubby, that you located in those Lolly Time at iCloud account, did you notice a romantic relationship between them?
Yes, I did.
Prior to Charles being shot and killed on July 11th of 2019, did you see any open and obvious romantic messages from Chad under any of his contact names that you knew of to Lori Vallow?
I did not.
After Charles's death on July 11th, 2019, did you see any open and obvious romantic messages from Chad Daybell under any of his contact names to Lori Vallow?
I did.
Now, were there many messages and between Lori Vallow and contact name Bubby or Chad Daybell?
Yes, there were.
And again, those are all part of that, recovered as part of the search warrant on the Lolly Time at iCloud account.
Yes.
In these text messages, did Chad write a, I'll call it, romantic story about Lori and himself that he texted and emailed to her?
He did.
Did he have other names for them?
I believe the names were James and Elena.
Did that story seem to sort of at least match the timing of when they met?
I did.
Were some of them more promiscuous?
Yes.
Did they also include conversations, though, about people like Adam and Brandon,
They did.
and about Ned.
Yes.
My paralegal can approach with 229. And I made the state will move to admit Exhibit 229.
Any objection?
Just relevance to the conspiracy, Your Honor.
All right, the proper foundation's been made. I will admit 229.
229.
229 is admitted.
So we've talked about Adam and Brandon, correct?
Yes.
And so one of the first message in this Exhibit 229 is from July 13th, so 2 days after Charles was shot and killed.
Yes.
And do we see, at this point, Chad is asking Lori, how did Adam and Brandon find out?
Correct.
And again, on the 13th at 9:51, we see Lori telling Chad, my mom, because she was so mad, she went off on Adam.
Correct.
And again, when we go back to Adam's testimony, did he indicate he learned Charles had died on the 13th?
Correct.
And that he got in a fight with his mom?
Yes.
At that point, do we see then a message from Chad asking, did he have much to say in his defense?
Correct.
And Lori responds, he was very defensive and tried to justify everything, but my mom kicked him out and said she would never talk to him again. She's dramatic.
Yes.
So we had learned that Adam had been speaking with Charles and that he hadn't told his family about this intervention, right?
Correct.
And that after this, he said he lost basically all contact with his family.
Yes.
And this seems to sort of confer with that.
Correct.
Do we then see a switch over from talking about Lori's family to now Chad talking to Lori about being deeply, crazily, madly in love with Lily?
Yes.
And do we see again messages to and from Lori and Chad talking about sort of their love for each other?
Correct.
So prior to this, you really had not seen this open, obvious discussions about their relationship.
I had not.
As the time continued, did you continue to see, again, messages of love, as well as a lot of calls?
I did.
Although we won't read through everything here, is this sort of part of that story you're talking about of James and Elena starting in November?
Correct.
And is November when the Preparing the People conference was here in Arizona of 2018?
Correct.
And we've heard testimony from witnesses that Chad Daybell was there.
Yes.
And you found actually a recording on the Lori for Style of Chad Daybell at the Preparing the People conference in November of 2018.
I did.
As we get to July 14th, Do we see Chad then talking about cleansing the Houston house?
Clearing the Houston.
Clearing.
Yeah.
Clearing the Houston house, sorry, to remove the darkness he caused.
Correct.
So who was living in Houston?
Charles.
And had you seen and heard people testify that Charles was considered dark by Lori Vallow?
Yes.
And again, we continue to see the affirmations of love,
Yes.
the cheek to cheek and loin to loin.
Yes.
Again, more conversations, both of love in text messages as well as phone calls.
Correct.
As we continue on the 14th, did Chad, let me ask you this, where was Chad Daybell living in July of 2019?
In Idaho.
So Chad is living in Idaho, and you told us that you had seen flights of Lori to Idaho and Lori and Chad to Arizona in March of 2019?
Yes.
He's asking Lori, did everything go smoothly in ending the hotel stay and getting the car returned?
Correct.
And so we see Lori responding to him, I guess I turned in the car, but I don't know what the police did at the hotel, probably just left it.
Correct.
And so we know that the police got the key card from her and went and cleared out the hotel room.
Yes.
Do we see, again, a continuation of that story that Chad was writing to Lori Vallow?
You do.
And that continues through most of this till apparently Chad needed a shower.
Correct.
Now, as we again continue through this, are you seeing sort of every day multiple texts of love between these two?
I am, yes.
And again, going through the 17th, 16th, 17th, again, more affirmations of love, correct?
Yes.
Now, we know on the 15th of July is when Lori Vallow had called Banner Life Insurance to indicate that she was the beneficiary, right?
Correct.
And on the 18th is when she learned that she was not.
Correct.
So in Exhibit 229, do we see on July 18th at 12:18 Arizona time? So I talked to the insurance company. He changed it in March. So it was probably Ned before we got rid of him. They can't tell me who to tell me to whom, of course, but it's done. I'll still get the $4,000 a month from Social Security.
Yes.
So on July 18th, after she talks with Banner Life Insurance, Lori tells Chad she's not getting the life insurance.
Correct.
But she tells him she's getting $4,000 a month from Social Security.
Correct.
Now we know from Lori Vallow's text to Alex that she went to Social Security on August 12th, correct?
Yes.
And we also had testimony from Social Security about that.
Correct.
But here it is on July 18th of 2018, and she already knows she's going to get money from Social Security.
Correct.
Again, do you see a lot of additional continuing everyday multiple affirmations of their relationship?
I do.
And this email or this report just went through the July 18th where we have that message about the Social Security.
Yes.
Did those affirmations continue on after
Yes,
that?
they did.
So now that Charles is dead, there's a very open texting and calling relationship between Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell.
Yes.
Now, we had indicated that there were multiple contact names that were associated in the Lolly Time iCloud account to Chad Daybell.
Yes.
While you were looking at these text messages in the Lolly Time iCloud account, did you locate any for a contact name Melanie 2 with the number 2?
I did.
And in reviewing those messages, did you identify them as coming from Chad Daybell as well?
Yes, the number linked to that contact of Melanie 2 was for Chad Daybell.
Did you even see a message from Melanie 2 with an attached photo showing Chad Daybell?
Correct.
And were all those, not all of them, were there a substantial number of those messages between Melanie 2 and Lori Vallow, the same sort of romantic discussions that you saw between contact name Bubby
Yes.
and Lori?
Yes.
When you were looking at the conversation between Chad Daybell as the Bubby contact, we saw a discussion about life insurance, correct?
Correct.
Did you also see a conversation between Lori and Melanie 2, AKA Chad, about life insurance?
I did.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 288 and 230. Looking at 288 and 230, are those both one of the messages that is from Melanie 2, contact name, to Lori Vallow that was had an attached photo of Chad Daybell and another individual?
Yes.
Was that some of the information used to verify that this Melanie 2 was in fact Chad Daybell?
It was.
And then in 230, is that some of the SMS messages showing both that same romantic relationship as well as that conversation about the life insurance?
Correct.
State will move to admit 288 and 230.
Any objection?
Just the relevance, Your Honor.
288 and 230 are admitted.
So starting with 288, was this, again, a message, an MMS, so meaning there's an attached photo with it, right?
Correct.
That occurred on July 17th of 2019 from Melanie 2 contact name. And it said, I took a photo with Alan Osmond for Mark.
Correct.
And when we looked at the photo, did you ever learn what Chad Daybell looked like?
I do know what he looks like, yes.
Is that Chad Daybell?
Yes, it is.
So this is the person that she has been texting all the romantic love affirmations with right after Charles died.
Yes.
2:30, again, we see the same sort of romantic contact between them.
Correct.
And so this is again, July 18th now, going on with another contact name for Chad Daybell in Lori's phone.
Yes.
And again, we see it's the Lolly Time iCloud account, right?
Correct.
When we get to July 18th, this one though is an earlier. For the Bubby one, we saw that it was a noon time message, right?
Right.
And so we learned that Lori received a email indicating she was not the beneficiary, and later she had a phone conversation.
Correct.
Does this one appear to be sort of the earlier one because it references, I just got the letter from the insurance company saying that I'm not the beneficiary. It's a spear through my heart. Who do you think he changed it to? Brandon or probably Kay? He left nothing for JJ.
Correct.
Did that conversation go on? Wow, that's terrible. There's no way to find out.
It did.
And did Lori then tell Chad, I might be able to see when I get his computer on Sunday, I could check the emails sent to the insurance company. It will show change of beneficiary. He must have done it recently.
Correct.
So we had seen, in fact, photos what appeared to be from a computer that were sent to Chad Daybell, correct?
Correct.
Showing that beneficiary change.
Yes.
So does that seem to match with, again, what Lori's telling Chad here about finding out who got that money?
It does.
Does Chad then say, it seems you would have to agree to change, maybe the name was forged, you should have a good paper trail to prove it, right?
Correct.
So he's trying to help her figure out how to get that money. She then go on to say, I love you, this is terrible. It's probably another step in bringing down, what is this?
Gaddy Anton.
Did you ever learn what that was?
I'm sure I researched it, but off the top of my head, I don't know what it is.
Okay. Did Lori then tell him, nope, he can change it anytime he wants. He's the agent and anyone can change the beneficiary anytime with their own signature. I'm thinking it must be Kay.
Correct.
So she understood, at least to Chad, that Charles had that right.
Yes.
Does Chad then say, it will be interesting if he got changed after he had 2 bullets in his chest.
Correct.
And she goes on to respond, I don't think it could have. You can't change it after the death date. They would review that.
Correct.
And then she goes on to say again, I'm thinking Kay as well. Or he says, I'm thinking Kay as well. She probably freaking out that you got those computers. I'm going to shower and give you a blessing. I'm eager to get home so we can talk. It will be okay, my love. You are wonderful.
Correct.
And then she says, miss you so much. And he responds, miss you the most.
Yes.
So during this conversation, we see Chad and Lori discussing who this likely would have gone to and when it could have been changed, right?
Yes.
And that all occurred before the second conversation we see, also on the 18th, but closer to, I think, 12:30, 12:34, where she knows now it was changed in March.
Correct.
And in that, we see Chad referring to the 2 shots to the chest, right?
Yes.
So again, we know they've been talking about this. Did you see any other text messages text messages talking about that.
I did not.
But we saw lots of phone calls between the two on the 11th.
Sure.
Now, as we have been talking through this conversation and much of this trial, we have referred to the defendant as Lori Vallow.
Correct.
And that's because she was married to Charles Vallow when he was shot on July 11th of 2019, right?
Yes.
During your review of those Lolly Time at iCloud accounts, did you find evidence of when she became Lori Daybell?
I did.
Did you see a contract for the wedding?
I did.
Did you see wedding photos?
I did.
Where was that wedding?
Hawaii.
I can have my paralegal approach with 233. Looking at Exhibit 233 is that the report as well as the actual document that was in the lollytime at icloud.com account that you reviewed that the police obtained through a search warrant relating to when Lori Vallow became Lori Daybell.
Correct.
State will move to admit 233.
Any objection?
Relevance.
233 is admitted.
So the first part of this, we see that, again, it notes that this is an image that was from the account, from the Lollytom iCloud account from 1031, correct? And then this is the actual photograph that was uploaded into the iCloud account, correct?
Correct.
So we see Chad Daybell and Lori Ryan. Was Lori Ryan a prior name of Lori Vallow?
Yes.
That was Tylee Ryan's dad?
Correct.
So she used the Lori Ryan name in this. They use a home address of Rexburg, Idaho at that point.
Correct.
And then the date of the actual wedding is that November 5th of 2019.
Yes, it is.
So 4 months after Charles Vallow is shot and killed inside of the defendant's home, she has remarried to the man, Chad Daybell.
Yes.
I have no other questions for this witness.
Cross.
Here we go. Buckle up, everybody.
Detective Duncan, when did you become the case agent?
I believe it was June of 2020.
Okay. And prior to you being the case agent, it was Detective Moffitt?
Moffitt, yes.
Is that correct? And was it because he got promoted that they made you the case agent over this case? or-
Yes.
Okay. And he's now a lieutenant, is that correct?
Yes, he is.
Okay. And so he was the case, was there anyone in between? Was he the case agent the whole time until 2020 when you took over?
Correct.
Okay. And when you took over the case, what things did you do differently?
I wouldn't say differently. I continued what I was doing. I was looking at records for him. The records in this case, as you are, there's volumes of records. So continued to look at all of the independent iCloud records, call detail records, phone extractions, and also kind of reviewing what he had done prior to my assignment is what I'd done.
Right, so kind of reviewing and seeing what you need to look at.
Correct.
So is this, from what I was understanding what you were saying earlier, is this, you weren't really involved in the case since July 11th and now you're back involved in the case?
So July 11th, obviously I was there at the house.
Right.
Shortly after that, I had another homicide and my time was occupied with that. Several months later that I offered to help look at records because they were so much. And I'd always done that kind of in the background, but never really took a deep dive into them until that June 2020.
Okay, but you were kind of involved, so you kind of knew what was going on in the investigation during those,
Somewhat.
during that time, that year in between,
Yes, yeah.
before you became the case agent?
Correct.
But not totally deep dive, but you kind of knew what was going on?
I understood it.
Okay.
Yes.
That's good. So let's go over that day again real quick. When you were there, what time were you there at the scene, from when to when?
I believe I arrived shortly after 9:15.
Okay.
And I would have left probably 4:30.
Okay. Were you at the house that whole time?
Yes.
So
Well,
you didn't.
Let me back up.
Oh, I'm sorry, go
I
ahead.
did leave for a short period of time to obtain a saw that we would need to cut that piece of flooring out and the baseboard.
Okay.
But then it came back, yes.
So you were at the scene that whole time, besides the time you went to get the saw?
Correct.
You didn't go to the Chandler Police Department?
No.
So you weren't there during our interviews?
No.
Okay. So, and you had mentioned something about you couldn't go in. I was confused. You couldn't go in until after the search warrant, but you were in before that, right?
No. So obviously your first responders, your police officers, the firefighters, they're going in to preserve life and treat the victim in this case. Then they back out. At that point, we will not let anybody in, given the circumstances of this case, until a search warrant is actually signed and executed. So we will wait outside the threshold of the house until that search warrant is signed, and then we will begin our investigation.
So I'm still confused. So you didn't go into the house until after the search warrant, or you did get to go in beforehand?
No, I didn't go in before. I waited until after the search warrant.
Okay. So you had testified. I'm still confused, sorry.
I'm going to object again to the defendant testifying.
Just ask the question.
You had also indicated that you had gone in and that Charles was on the floor. Is that correct?
I think the question was asked of me is, what did I see when I went in? And so that, and I would say after the search warrant we went in, that's what I saw.
But he was already gone in the ambulance at that point?
He never went in an ambulance.
Charles didn't go in the ambulance?
No, he went with the medical examiner's office.
So what time did he leave?
I can't give you a specific time on that. I have to look at the medical examiner's office information for that.
But it was after you entered at 11:50?
Yes, it was way after that.
Okay. So then when you entered, what did you do at that point? Can you kind of walk me through that?
Yeah, so when I entered, obviously I made my general observations about what I saw in that room and of the body. And then talked with Detective Coons about what needed to be done next.
And what did you guys do next?
So we came up with a game plan as far as how to process the scene, which direction, who was going to do what. Like I indicated, I was tasked with collecting that firearm and was also tasked with kind of looking through the house for any kind of blood evidence that might be present. The other task that I had, we were ready. I contacted the medical examiner's office to report the death to them.
What time about was that call, do you think?
I do not know.
But sometime in between that, before 4:30, is that correct?
Correct.
And did everyone leave the scene at 4:30? Is that kind of the timing when people were clearing out, or?
Yeah, some might have stayed behind, and a lot of our ID techs like to sit in their cars and type their notes, that type of thing. But right around that 4:30, 4:45 is when the search warrant was completed.
Okay. And then there had been a walkthrough, is that correct?
Yes,
And so Alex had come back to the house just after 3-ish?
I believe that could have been the time, yes.
Okay. And then were you present during the walkthrough?
I was.
And who else was present?
Detective Moffett, Detective Werther, Detective Coons, myself, and I want to say crime scene technician Jordan might have been there as well.
Okay. And was it Jordan that was wearing a body cam? Was there a body cam made of that?
No, I believe that Detective Werther had a body cam, but it malfunctioned and didn't capture.
So there's no recording of that at all?
No.
And Detective Moffett was the case agent at that point, right? Because he had been assigned that already?
Yes.
Okay. And so did each of you write reports on that walkthrough then, since there was no recording of it?
That would have all been included in our report, not a specific walkthrough report, but in our original narrative, yes.
Everyone would talk about it, mention it, their perspective?
Not everybody has to, as long as somebody or one or two people wrote about it to know that it happened. Yeah.
Right. So since there's no recording of it, though, someone is assigned, like, because Moffett is the case agent, or who would do that? Be assigned to include it in the report, for sure.
It's different. I'll give you the example. If you look at probably my report compared to Detective Coons' report, you might notice, similarities in there. You might notice stuff that I went into more detail on, or he went into more detail. But it depends on whether they write it or not. They could just put something as simple, I was present during a walkthrough.
Okay. So since you became the case agent, have you read all the reports?
At one time or another, yes, I have.
So is there anyone specific that kind of ran through what happened at the walkthrough?
Your Honor, I object to asked and answered and relevance and hearsay.
Sustained as to asked and answered.
Did you write about it in your report?
I'm going to object again to relevance, hearsay, asked and answered.
Sustained as to asked and answered. He already answered that.
You mentioned that it was Detective Werther who had the body cam, is that correct?
Again, asked and answered.
So
Sustained.
did you read his report?
I have read his report, yes.
And did he mention the walkthrough and what happened?
And I'm going to object again to relevance, hearsay, and asked and answered.
To the extent that it would call for a hearsay answer, I'll sustain the objection.
Detective, when you became the case agent, you were kind of aware, so you knew what had been done in the investigation, is that correct?
Yes.
And so you knew who had been interviewed, is that correct?
Yes.
And you knew what had been tested or not tested at that point?
Correct.
So the bat was tested for fingerprints. We learned that in the testimony, is that correct?
Correct.
And the results were inconclusive.
Correct.
And so there were no latent prints were identified. That's correct.
Correct.
And there were prints, but we just don't know whose they were. Is that accurate?
Sounds about right, yes.
Now we learned that the bat was swabbed for DNA and sent to the lab. Is that correct?
Yes.
And was that ever tested?
No, it was not.
And why not?
When making this decision, you have to look at the probative value of that and what that would show or what a test would prove. DNA and fingerprints are not time specific. That bat was owned by Tylee, to our knowledge, It was in a household where you lived. It was in a household where Alex was. And at one point, based on the fact of when we understood the bat to have been purchased, Charles was living in the house as well. So that bat was accessible to all those people. So if at one point during that time that person touched that bat, all that it would be saying is that somebody touched that bat at some point, not during this incident.
Right. But there was no blood found on the bat, is that correct?
Correct.
But would that be able to be told from DNA?
There was nothing that was visible that could see, like if blood dries or anything like that. There was nothing that would indicate that here's a spot we need to test for that particular, for blood.
Right, but would DNA tell if there was blood? Could they find out if there was blood on the bat from the DNA test?
Once again, blood is, you would see if it dries and crusts, then you would see that particular blood. DNA comes in many forms. It can come in touch, it can come in sweat, blood, but you would think that blood would be visible at that point to be able to test. And we did not see anything like that.
Okay, so if there was none of Alex's DNA on the blood, wouldn't that tell us something? I mean, on the bat at all, then wouldn't that tell us something?
If there were none of Alex's, it would just mean that Alex never touched that bat at any time.
And wouldn't it tell us that Alex was never hit in the head with that bat?
Once again, it's not specific. I can't, if there was blood on the bat, then yes, we would test for that. But there's no visible blood on the bat.
I understand that, but when you're doing an investigation, are you not trying to figure out what happened?
Yes, and that's what
Don't
we did.
you want all the information to do that?
Yes.
And so whose responsibility would it be to request the DNA testing from the swab that was taken?
Once again, that would just show, it's not showing that it's blood. There's no blood on the bat. It was just showing that a DNA swab was taken of that particular area to be able to test later on. But there's no discoloration that would show any kind of blood.
And who in the Chandler Police Department would be requesting that DNA to be tested? Who would have to do that?
That'd be me.
It would be you.
As the new case agent, that would be me, or Detective Moffat at the beginning.
And so Detective Moffat never did that, is that correct?
Correct.
And you never did that, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So if Charles' DNA was on the bat, then wouldn't that tell us something also?
That he touched the bat at some point?
Yeah, that he took it from Tylee, like she said in her interview.
And I'm going to check and move to
Sustained.
strike that.
The jury should disregard that last question. That information is not in evidence.
Detective, wouldn't that have answered some questions for us in your investigation?
I don't think it would have, no.
Okay. We learned that the gun in testimony, that the gun was tested just last month. Is that correct?
Correct.
And who requested that test?
I did.
And why did you request that test?
So on firearms, immediately after we have a firearm case, we have the ability to utilize a system called NIBIN. NIBIN is run through the ATF, and what NIBIN will do is we can fire a particular firearm that we have control over and obtain casings from those. We could then take the casings from the scene casings and then compare those together. We already knew that that gun fired those casings very early in the investigation, as a NIBIN report provided. However, ATF will not testify in court. So playing the balancing game of when a trial will begin and whether a trial will even happen, I do not like to make more work for a firearm analyst than I have to. When we know that we are in and going to trial, then I will send that over to them because they were the ones that will testify to that.
Okay. So it wasn't after my investigator suggested that none of the guns had been tested
No.
that you
No.
ordered that test?
I never spoke to your investigator about that anyway either.
Okay. So, Detective, when did the Chandler Police Department take possession of the gun?
On July 11th?
And then it was tested in March, is that correct?
Correct.
And then we've established through expert testimony of Detective Coons that the floorboard was not tested either, is that correct?
Correct.
And he also established that the projectile was not tested either, is that correct?
Correct.
And Detective Coons also confirmed that no tests were done on my husband's shirt, is that correct?
Correct.
And then when you became the case agent on this case, why didn't you request any of these tests?
Because I was confident that based on the medical examiner's report of an entry wound to the lower left quadrant, an exit wound to the upper left rear shoulder, and a corresponding defect, or what I would refer to as a bullet strike on the floor, if you take those 3 points and match them up, then there's no other explanation other than Charles was laying on the ground at that time.
So the medical examiner said he could not say that he was laying on the ground for sure, but you're saying that in your detective opinion, you know that for sure?
I believe so, yes.
And so were you there to witness it with your eyes?
No.
Detective, to your knowledge, did my brother and my daughter and myself willingly comply with everything asked of us by law enforcement on July 11th, 2019?
I can't speak to that, no.
Did we answer all the questions asked to us?
I have nothing to say you didn't.
Did we follow all directions given to us by law enforcement that day?
I'm going to object to speculation and foundation as to how this detective knows that. He's already said he wasn't at the station.
He's the case agent, Your Honor.
You can testify to what he observed for himself. So if you want to tailor your question, go ahead.
Would you say that according to every report and every detective that you've talked to and anything else, that you would say that we fully complied with law enforcement that day on July 11th, 2019?
Object to hearsay.
I'm going to sustain the objection to the form that it was asked.
So according to all the reports that have been given by everyone who was there, and you're the case agent, so you're in charge of all of these people, is that correct?
I'm not in charge of them, but I have read the reports.
So you have read the reports.
Yeah.
And as far as you know, to your knowledge, we fully cooperated with law enforcement that day on July 11th, 2019?
And again, object to hearsay. And lack of personal knowledge.
Sustained.
Has it come to your knowledge that we did not comply with everything?
And I would object to the exact same thing, lack of personal knowledge and hearsay.
He can answer that question.
Can you answer that again?
Have you come to the knowledge that we did not comply that day for any reason?
I have not.
Okay. Did I turn my husband's phone over when asked?
Yes.
Did Alex turn his phone over willingly?
I am not sure when Alex, or if Alex turned his phone on. I'm not aware of that.
Okay. So is there a body cam where his phone was placed into an evidence bag? That's correct.
I do remember seeing that, yes.
And then the evidence bag is put into the front of the police car where he was taken to the Chandler Police Department. Is that correct? And so according to that body cam, it looked like he turned it over on request.
And I'm going to object to speculation.
You don't have any knowledge that he didn't, is that correct?
I'll allow that last question.
I don't have knowledge, no.
Okay. So do you know who had taken possession of his phone at that point?
I don't.
Do you know who drove him to the Chandler Police Department?
Well, through this hearing, Officer Krautheim.
Oh, that's right. The one I couldn't remember how to spell. I mean,
Again,
pronounce.
Sustained, please don't testify.
Was a copy of Alex's phone made by the Chandler Police Department?
I don't know.
You don't know?
There's so much information. I don't know whether we received just his call detail records or an actual copy was made. I don't know.
So you're the case agent.
Yeah, I'd have to look and see if that was the case.
So you're the case agent, and you don't know if the person who shot my husband's phone was ever.
Yeah, at this moment, I don't recall.
So there's no cell bride of it. Is that correct? In the discovery?
I think the only thing that we have is his call detail records, which would be from his cellular provider.
So what would the typical protocol be for you to, if someone handed over their phone, wouldn't it be to do a digital download of it?
So that can be one of two ways. It could be under a search warrant to do that, or it can be under consent to do that. I do not believe that was. I don't believe that his phone was extracted at that time.
So he would have to give consent? Is that what you're saying?
Or a search warrant, but that would have been through Detective Moffett.
So Detective Moffett would have had to get a search warrant and then he would download it?
Based on their conversation, whether Alex would be willing to do that or whether a search warrant was needed, but that was Detective Moffett's call at that time.
And he decided not to do that?
I don't know what his process is. Or his thought process.
Well, I'm saying that he did not do that, and you're the case agent now, so you would know if that was done, correct?
You're asking me to speak for Detective Moffett, whether it was done or not?
No, I'm asking you to speak as a case agent now if you know if it was done or not.
I believe it was not.
Okay. Do you think that would be important to your investigation?
Absolutely, knowing what we know now, yes.
Okay, you're a detective, right?
That's correct.
You have to look at all the angles, right?
Correct.
You don't know what happened, right? You just stated that you weren't there, right?
Correct.
So wouldn't that be crucial information that the police department didn't bother to take?
Once again, I don't know what the conversation with Detective Moffett and Alex was and what his reasoning for not. Would I have taken it? Yes.
But that was not your call at the time.
Correct.
And so in lieu of that, what did you do to try to obtain that information?
We got his call detail records through his company.
And so is it safe to say that it's much better to have the actual phone to do the extraction so that you can have everything that was on the phone?
Yeah, but you can also obtain a lot of that stuff through other means, through iCloud records, Google records. But yeah, it is nice to have that phone.
So would you call that an oversight by Detective Moffett?
Object to speculation.
Sustained.
So was the phone then returned to Alex that day?
Yes.
How did that happen? Was it just handed to him or?
I'm not sure.
Okay. And that would have also been Detective Moffett's call?
Correct.
And we haven't heard from Detective Moffett, is that correct?
Correct.
So according to your knowledge, that when Alex was called by Chandler Police to return to the scene for the walkthrough by detectives, he did so, is that correct?
Yes, he did.
You saw him there?
Yes.
And did he answer everyone's questions while you were there, that you observed?
Yes, he did. There was very little questioning. It was just more of a positional type thing. It was, where were you?
It was more, I'm sorry, I missed that last part.
Where was he? Where was he standing during the time?
Oh, and so he kind of walked it through with you and all four of you were there, right?
Yes.
5. And no one was asking him any questions?
Your Honor, I'm going to, again, we've already gone through this before, asked and answered, as well as verging on hearsay.
I'm going to sustain the objection. How much do you have left on your cross, do you think?
I don't know, Your Honor. A lot.
In other words, more than a couple minutes. Should we take our afternoon break?
Oh, yes, we should
All right.
take a break.
Let's take our afternoon break for staff. It'll be about 15 minutes. Please remember the admonition.
Oh my goodness. I'm sorry if that was loud. Oh my goodness. Oh, she's so annoying. I don't know, Your Honor, a lot. Okay, they mentioned her sister earlier, so I thought this would be a great time for us to listen to this video. This is good.
Hi. How are you? Not good. And how are you? Not good. I don't know what to say. Do you not want to talk? I'm willing to listen if you want to talk to me. I just don't know what to say. I don't know what anybody knows. I've been in isolation for 2 weeks, so I don't know anything that's going on. I haven't talked to anyone. Well, they know that they found Tylee buried in a pet cemetery and JJ buried on Chad's backyard. And we don't understand how that happened or why. Can you tell us? They were devastated. Did you know they were there? Can't talk about it. I don't know what to say, Lori. I mean, you know how much I love you, and Alex was sick to my stomach. I didn't think anything would, you would ever let anything happen to the kids and just let them be thrown away like garbage. I can't take it that you would let this. It's too painful. And do you think I let that happen? Yes, I do. That's nice. Is there another explanation? I'm willing to hear it. I don't want to think it. Absolutely, but I can't talk about it. You went off to Hawaii and were dancing on the beach while your kids are in the ground? You had to have known when they were there. I just can't understand. I don't understand. I don't understand. I want to believe the best in you. I really do. I love you with all my heart. It kills me. But they were just little kids. I don't understand. I don't understand. You know me, Summer. That's what I thought. You still do. Lori, if you let that happen to them and didn't tell us and left me in the ground like a piece of trash, then I don't know you because you would have never done anything like that. That's correct. And if you knew and didn't tell us, that's not okay. We love them. We would have taken them. We would have taken care of them. You could have gone off and done anything you wanted. That's what you think? I don't know what to think. None of us do. You haven't told us anything. We believed you. We stood up for you. I cannot. I would love love to. You cut me and Mom off for 4 months and told everyone not to trust us because we tell Adam. And now we find this out and you expect me to just keep going on faith when there's been zero explanation and you expect me to just keep believing without ever having a question? I'm not saying that. That is what you're saying. Either explain it or don't expect me to not be upset and doubt you when the kids are on Chad's property. I'm not okay. I love them with all my heart. I would have taken Tylee and JJ in a heartbeat, and everybody else would have too. You know that. If they were in any danger. I have no idea what happened. You're right. Nobody does because you said nothing. Because everybody sees what's on TV. That has nothing to do with TV. This is when you're in my conversations before you left and cut me off. And now you expect me to be there for you and you were going to abandon me. And if you weren't in jail, you wouldn't even be talking to me and we wouldn't even know they were dead still. This is your opinion. Yes! I deserve more than that. I've been there for you like a rock, and I went on TV and defended you. I've done everything to defend you, and I still would right now if you would tell me the truth. I would love to. Well then, love to. You didn't want to in October, November, December, January, or February when you weren't in jail. Why didn't you tell us then? Why you didn't call me when Alex died, which now I'm glad he's gone, if he was a part of this, but you didn't call to tell me Alex died or that your kids are gone? Nothing? You don't think that's going to cause pain throughout our entire family? That's never my intent. Well, you don't think I'm in pain? No, I don't. I think you were dancing on the beach having a great time. Getting married. And you took pictures to prove your kids don't deserve a burial, but you need to get wedding pictures? You don't think that's upsetting? Nobody knows. I'm sorry, honey. Then nobody knows except for you and the Lord. Yeah, ask him. I have. And guess what? I don't have one scripture that says it's okay for children to be thrown away like garbage in the ground. And that's okay. There is nothing in the scriptures that is godly about hurting a child. Nothing. And they deserve a proper burial with family that loves them at the least. I can't support that. That's hurtful to everyone. That's the most selfish, incredibly selfish thing I can think of. I can't think of anything worse. I don't understand. I don't understand. This is not my Lolo that I've known and loved. I've never even seen you be upset with your kids. I went to bat for you and said that to everyone. I never have been upset with them. I never have been. How can you just go on without them, without any upsetness, and without telling us anything, and then expect us to understand? Nobody knows in the world. Nobody in the world knows what I've been through. And I don't expect you to. All you've seen is what's on TV. No, that's not what he says. And all the influences of all the people around. Okay, so now I'm deceived. No, everyone in the world is deceived except for you. No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm not saying that. I'm saying nobody's seen me on the floor crying. Nobody knows what I've been through with my children that I love more than anything. Lori, fine. You were dancing on a beach with a smile on your face, taking wedding photos. Yeah, months later. You don't trying to go on with life, trying to be happy, trying to find some kind of happiness. You think I want to be alone? Do you think that your mother and your sister and your son don't deserve to know that the children are gone? Why wouldn't you call and tell us that? Why were we cut off? You saying you want to go on and be happy? You're just going to be happy without your family and your life until you're stuck in jail and I'm the only one stupid enough to be your friend when I've been your best supporter, Lori. I've loved you my whole life. I still do. I can't bear to think of anything bad about you. It hurts me. I don't want to see you in jail. I don't want you to be there. I don't want people to misunderstand. If you would tell me the truth, I would stand up for you for the rest of the time. You know that I would. I know you would. But there is nothing okay about this. Nothing. I know. If you think it's okay, well, you have greatly been deceived if you think nothing about this is okay. Lori, Summer. We have all read the scriptures. I know you've told me about a lot of your spiritual experiences. You know I'm trying to support you in all of them. But I am telling you, because I love you with all my heart, please consider that Chad has lied and been deceived, and that you have been deceived, and that this is not what you think it is. There's nothing okay about killing children. Nothing. And even if you didn't kill them, and Chad didn't kill them, and Alex didn't kill them, you threw them away like garbage in the ground. You Charlie's mother burned. I can't have the guy and threw her in a pet cemetery. And you know that's so degrading. How could you let them do that? I don't understand. It's so painful. I can't even tell you. I don't know what else to say, but please consider that you have been deceived. That is not Christ-like. There's nothing good in that. There's nothing good in that. That's not a test for you. You were innocent. And they were loved. And they didn't deserve to be treated that way. And who loved them their whole life and took care of them their whole life? Then why would you have to be buried that way? I didn't. Well, then come up with an explanation publicly.
Nobody could contact me.
Oh, wait, wrong thing. So even after all of that, Summer and her mom, I believe, are still standing behind Lori and saying that they just believe that she's been bamboozled by Chad and that he's the reason all of this happened. That Lori would never do this if she was in her right mind. And I don't know if it was my sister. I just know my sister would never do anything like this. But maybe Summer thought the same. You know, I don't know. It's just, I thought it was interesting. She said you never even got yelled at your kids or something like that. Did y'all hear her say that? Like you weren't even a strict mom, and then all of a sudden, that bam, they're gone. Yeah, that's. But you know, too, Lori knew the phone was. Lori knew she was being recorded, so she's got to do what's right for Lori. No, I don't think they can bring this in. I don't think they can. What do you guys think from a legal standpoint? I don't know if they could say that it's the reaction of Summer to the information that she's heard. I don't really know if you could say it's any kind of evidence to show the jury. Anybody else got any ideas on how they could bring it in? And two, this was about the kids. It wasn't about Charles. So I keep forgetting. I keep going back in between trials. Yeah. It's Patty's Kerry. Not this trial. Other trial. Not this trial yet. I wish we could have watched the other trial now. Like if they'd had the trial on court TV after watching this trial, I think we could have gone back and watched the other one together. But I'm still putting up the audio pieces. I'll still be dropping those. I just didn't want to do nothing but Lori these days, so I've been trying to put up a couple of other things as well. I learned something new. What did I learn? Oh, you guys, which I'll share with, we'll have to wait till tomorrow because we don't have enough time in the break now, but the man that was held captive, he did like a press release or something to everyone. So that's good. He's doing better. He's in good hands. And sounds very confident and very sure of himself.
I'm going to advise the defendant that anything that this witness read in another officer's report, he can't testify to whether those things are true or not unless it fits into some exception to hearsay or non-hearsay for you to establish that. So please don't ask any questions that he can't verify. He can testify to things that he observed, saw, or heard. But again, if you're referencing another report that another officer wrote, he won't be able to testify whether the contents of those reports are true or not unless he has some sort of personal knowledge.
I understand, Your Honor.
All right, let's bring you can come back up, get ready to resume your cross. We'll bring the jury in.
Instead of typing it, I'll just say it. Yes, Patty, thank you. I did get your text, and I got an alert on that this morning. So I'm trying to do a video update on that one as well. You still in timeout? Who put you in timeout, Mark? I didn't do it. Laura, is Laura toying with you? She's got to have some fun right now. Let her have it. Come on, Mark. Take one for the team. Plug into that extension cord under the podium. What? He wants to shock her. Yeah, and that's just it. Like, I was surprised that they got a jury so quick, because how could you not have heard about this trial? But see, you got to remember, we follow true crime, though. I don't know if we would have heard about it. Maybe, maybe here or there we might have, but not like because we're in the feeds all day long looking for stuff.
You may be
so.
seated.
I don't know.
Continue with your cross-examination of this witness.
Buzzer. All right, I'm going on mute.
Detective Duncan, in all those text messages, we saw a lot of people. Did you interview our mother, Janice Cox?
I did not.
Did you read or watch her interview?
I have not.
Did you interview our sister, Summer Shiflett?
I did not.
Did you read or watch her interview?
No.
Did you interview our father, Barry Cox?
No.
Did you read or watch his interview?
No.
So the only source that you have for this investigation of the shooter in your case is through our brother Adam? Is that correct?
And all of the contacts mentioned through your iClouds.
Yeah, but you didn't ask anybody who was mentioned in there or who was speaking in there what they meant by any of those text messages?
Well, none of the people that you mentioned were present during this incident. So you're asking about the actual day of July 11th, if I asked them about that day, or about the text messages?
About the text messages themselves. Like, did you ask my mother what she meant in that text message when she wrote it?
No.
Did you ask my sister what she meant in those text messages?
No.
Did you ask Melanie, my niece, what she meant in those text messages?
No.
Did you ask me what I meant in those text messages?
I couldn't.
Okay. And through your investigation, you found out that, as you testified earlier, that Alex wouldn't text or call Adam back. Is that correct?
I'm not interpreting as far as he wouldn't do it. What I'm saying is I don't see it. So if there's a message there and there's a text, there's no indication that there was a call back or a text back.
So it looked like that he wasn't calling him or texting him back, even though he was getting calls and texts. Is that correct?
And then Adam also testified that he did not receive a call or a text back, which would be consistent with the records.
So the only person in our family, in our whole family, that you got information from was the estranged brother from our family who didn't know what was going on with everybody else.
I object to the form of the question. Argumentative.
Well, it's also compound. I'll sustain the objection.
Okay, so Adam, our estranged brother, is the only one that you got information from. Is that correct?
I object to the form of the question.
Sustained.
So is this your normal protocol to just talk to one witness and not all the others?
No.
Why didn't you speak to the other member of my family?
A lot of members of the family have been spoken to.
But you were not privy to any of that information as the case agent?
Well, I was privy to the interviews that were conducted by other detectives.
And you just testified to me that you didn't read or watch any of those interviews. Is that correct?
I have been present during an interview or a phone call with Summer, and been present during a phone call in this process, but I have never interviewed them.
How many interviews has Summer had with the police departments?
Objection, speculation.
If you know.
He can answer if he knows.
I don't know.
More than one or two?
I don't know.
Okay, but you knew of at least one.
That Summer has had?
Correct.
Yes.
But you didn't ask her any of these questions or any of the questions about the text messages that you just talked about that were on the screen with Summer?
I said no.
Okay. So as the case agent and a detective, do you form a suspicion and then stick to it and only investigate the things that lead you to that same conclusion?
No.
You had testified earlier about the story of Nephi, is that correct?
Yes.
And you said that you researched it, is that correct? What research did you do?
Well, the very basic research. I Googled who is Nephi, what does Nephi stand for? I've also, through this process over the last 4 or 5 years, have asked other members of the church just a simple question, tell me about Nephi. And every single person I talk to tells me that same story that was told by Adam.
So are you aware that there's 15 books in the Book of Mormon?
I am not.
Are you aware that 4 of those books are books of Nephi?
I am not.
That there's Nephi 1, 1st Nephi, 2nd Nephi, 3rd Nephi, 4th Nephi?
No, I'm not.
Okay. That there's many stories of Nephi. Is that correct? Or you don't know?
I don't know.
So the very first story is the story that.
I'm going to object to testifying.
It sounds like that's the way it was going. So please just ask questions.
So you did not read the Book of Mormon?
No.
You did not read 1st Nephi?
No.
You just asked people. That was your research?
I asked members of that particular church, and I also did an internet search, yes.
So you did an internet search, and it gave you all the stories of Nephi?
That's the story that came up.
So how long did you do that research for?
I couldn't tell you.
So in your research, did you discover that there's about 25 stories of Nephi in that Book of Mormon?
I didn't see that, no.
And that there's 4 different prophets that are called Nephi in the Book of Mormon?
I'm going to again object as to testifying and The detective has already indicated, so asked and answered.
I'll overrule the objection. He can ask if he knows that or not.
What was the question? Sorry.
I'm sorry, I can't remember. Can the court reporter tell
There's
us?
4 different people referred to as Nephi.
Yeah, 4 different prophets in the Book of Mormon that are Nephi. Are you aware of that?
No.
Okay. So isn't it true that you really have no idea what I was referring to when I referenced Nephi in my text message?
I can only go off of what I see. I can't tell you what you're thinking or what you're trying to relay there, but based on my knowledge and based on talking to people about who is Nephi, that is a story that came up consistently.
You relayed to the jury that it was in order to kill. You relayed to the jury.
I said that the story was the same story and similar to Adam told.
Okay, and you said it earlier that was in order to kill, that I referenced Nephi. I will be like Nephi and you will be like Nephi. To the jury here today.
Ask a question. That's a statement, not a question.
Do you have knowledge that my text message meant that at all?
No.
Are you aware through all of your investigation of this case that my brother was a stand-up comedian, Alex?
I had heard that, yes.
And that everything is a joke to Alex?
I can't speak for that.
So when you're interpreting all these text messages and making all these assumptions, half of them could be jokes and you would not know that?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Were you speculating when you read my text messages?
I think I'm just reading your text messages. I don't think I was drawing any inference from them. I was just simply reading them.
Well, today you were explaining them to the jury. Is that true?
Those were read. There was no explanation as to what it meant.
As the case agent, what is your communication with the other investigators in this case?
What do you mean by other investigators?
So who is on your team? Who is working for you on this case right now?
The only person, I'm the only person working on the case right now. Back in the, when we were investigating it, it would have been myself and Detective Coons. And then periodically we'd have Detective Werther do some work for us if we needed it.
And then do you guys communicate through emails or calls or text messages, or how does that work?
Well, unfortunately, we're cramped in a small little area, so we have the ability to just talk to each other.
So no reports are really made of that communication. You're just talking?
Correct.
And being a detective, is your job basically to be an investigator and search out facts concerning what happened?
Yes,
Do you feel like you've done that in this case?
I do.
So by not testing any of those things, you feel like you've done everything you could possibly do to tell the jury and to tell us what happened that day on July 11th, even though you weren't present?
Correct.
You're confident in that?
I'm confident.
Did you have to meet with Detective Moffett to review the case when you made this transfer?
No.
So he didn't give you any heads up on what was happening?
Well, before he left, he just dropped the case notebook on my desk and then went on his way. We have had conversations before then and since, but nothing in detail.
So you didn't say what's been tested or what hasn't been tested?
No, that's for me to go back through and look at.
Through reports?
Correct.
Okay. So did you think it was important to maybe luminol the bat?
Once again, there was no visual blood present on the bat, and we decided that we were not going to do that particular process.
So can't blood be invisible and still be on the bat if you luminol it?
I guess if it's cleaned off, it would still maybe show some proteins, but that was something we decided not to do. We fingerprinted it to show, because there was indication that Charles had grabbed it from Tylee. So we did our best evidence to try to grab that location where it would have been grabbed, but that's what we did.
Wouldn't that be important to your investigation?
Objection as to wouldn't what?
Yeah, please.
Wouldn't luminoling the bat be important to this investigation, this particular investigation?
I don't believe it would.
What about luminoling the gun? Was that done?
Once again, there's no visible, and we were under the impression that it happened 5 minutes before we got there, and there's no visible presence of blood on the bat.
Well, you went around the whole entire house looking for blood, is that correct?
Yes,
And you had the gun in your possession,
yes.
and you're in a police station.
I was at your house.
I'm saying you have access as the case agent to have any of these things tested, is that not right?
Yes,
So why didn't you test them?
because I did not think that luminol was needed to be tested because there was no visual blood.
So wouldn't you like to know that for sure?
I guess we make choices and we make decisions through this process based on the facts that we have and the facts that are presented to us. And based on the facts presented to us and what we saw and what we had, I did not feel that was necessary.
You have charged me with a crime, is that correct?
I have not, no.
You have helped them charge me with a crime, is that correct? The state of Arizona?
I conducted an investigation and I sent it forward, yes.
And you did not feel it was necessary to test any of these things?
Objection.
As the case
asked and
agent.
answered like 4 times.
Sustained.
What logical reason do you have as an investigator to not investigate all of these things that were available to you for the past 5 years?
Your Honor, I'm again going to object to asked and answered. If there's a specific thing that hasn't been asked.
That's a really very broad question. I'll sustain the objection. Yeah.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Come on, Trina. Bring it home.
Detective, I'm going to start by just talking to you a little bit about luminol. Is luminol a process used where you believe a scene has been cleaned up, like somebody actually attempted to remove blood from the scene, and so it's been diluted?
Correct, and it would show the remaining proteins left, yes.
And so luminol is used when there is no visible blood because the scene's cleaned.
Correct.
And so in this case, you were under the impression that this homicide had occurred 5 minutes before police arrived?
Yes.
So you would not be expecting a cleaned up scene.
Correct.
But you did look to see if you saw visible blood.
We did, yes.
And by visible blood, you're talking about drops of blood that might be there,
Correct.
swipes of blood that might be there,
Correct.
hairs from someone's head that might be stuck in the bat.
Yes.
And did you see any of that?
No, we did not.
Now, after this, did you learn that there was actually this 47-minute process?
We did.
So when you're processing the scene that day, you were not aware yet of how extensive this timeline was incorrect.
Correct.
In fact, we heard from Detective Werther that it was sort of the next day as he started going through the phone from Charles.
Yes.
And the day after that, as he's going to get videos from Burger King and Walgreens, that you're learning that this timeline is very wrong.
Correct.
I want to talk about the data that you have reviewed in this case. When you talk about what was reviewed, whether by you, well, let's just say by you. In these iCloud accounts, are you talking terabytes of data?
Yes, each iCloud account can have terabytes of data, and you have to, and it's tedious because you can only look at one at the time. We can only look at one particular iCloud at a time and go through that, make notes. Then you'd have to shut down, open up another, and look through one iCloud at a time, and then try to, with your notes, to match these together. So it was a very labor-intensive process.
And as you're looking through this, are you then learning more things that then makes you have to go back to the other iCloud account to try to see what you could find in that?
Absolutely.
So when we come in here with just a few documents and a few things, would it be fair to say that's just a grain of what you've gone through?
Absolutely.
So on July 11th of 2019, when you arrive at this scene, you think this homicide just occurred, did you understand at that time the relevance of cell phone or iCloud data?
No, what's something that happened, what sounded like it was a rather quick incident. It just happened 5 minutes ago. I wouldn't think of the necessity for cell phone data, like to show planning or anything like that, or show conversations over the weeks and months. Sometimes we get cases where, oh, this person's had beef with me forever. Obviously, I am going to want to take that phone and go look through that. But in this case, we just had something reported to us that happened just 5 minutes and very limited information, as it was almost an impromptu attack. We had no information at the time that this is something that had weeks, if not months, of planning.
On July 11th of 2019, did you start to see inconsistencies between the statements that were being given, the timeline, and the physical evidence at the scene? Did you start to see some inconsistencies?
Yes.
For instance, you were provided with a self-defense theory. Did you see inconsistencies between that statement and what you're seeing at the scene?
Yes.
And that's where we're talking about the location of the bullet wounds to Charles, the bullet strike under his left shoulder, and the bullet being by his left shoulder for one of those shots.
Correct.
But again, you're still not aware of the background of these individuals.
Correct.
As you began learning more information about the interaction between Charles and Lori Vallow and learned about the individuals, were you then able to obtain information to allow you to write search warrants to even obtain phone records and iCloud accounts?
Yes.
So that's not just something you can be like, hey, I just want that, so I'm just going to ask iCloud for it and I'll just hand that right over?
Correct. You have to have probable cause in order to get that.
You were asked about DNA and blood, and I think you had said something about it. Is DNA only found in blood?
No.
So saliva can have it?
Correct.
Sweat?
Correct.
So when you're asked about blood on the bat, that isn't the only form of DNA that would be left on there potentially.
Correct.
So if you had information that the bat belonged to Tylee, no matter what, you would expect to find her DNA on it.
I would.
Not, regardless of whether she ever bled on it, right?
Correct.
Was blood something different you were looking for, though?
It was.
And was that due to the fact that there's this allegation that Alex Cox was hit in the head with the bat?
Yes.
And so we have the bat here. You looked at it yourself, did not see visible blood,
It did not.
and we have someone else who processed it and didn't see visible blood on it.
Correct.
Even on the edge top of it, do you see any sort of damage to that plastic around the tip of it?
I do not.
If you had processed that bat for DNA and you found Tylee's DNA on that, would you have told you that she put it on there on July 11th? Did they ticky mark that for you?
It would not.
Would just say it was on there, right?
Correct.
Are you able to time that in any way?
No.
When the medical examiner comes out, the medical examiner's office comes out to the scene to collect the body. Body doesn't leave in an ambulance, right?
No, it does not.
They have a van.
Yes.
And does the doctor who's performing the autopsy come out there with you guys and
No, he
check
does,
out the scene?
He does not.
So when a medical examiner testifies as to a wound being shored, but not knowing what it was against, he's not out at the scene looking at the body, right?
Correct.
He's not out at the scene looking at the projectile defect or on the ground underneath Charles's left shoulder.
Correct.
He's just saying that wound is shored. Whatever he was against is what it was.
Correct.
But you were at the scene
I was.
and you saw the shoulder in line with that defect on that ground or on that floor that you collected.
Correct.
Now, did you ever have any information that Janice Cox or Barry Cox or Summer Shiflett were present at 5531 South Four Peaks on July 11th?
We did not.
In fact, it appeared that Summer was actually going out of town, so she wasn't going to be around on the 11th.
Correct.
Now, you had mentioned that you were present when Summer and Janice were interviewed. Was that when the state interviewed them when they were listed as witnesses potentially for the defendant?
That is correct.
And in fact, did you recall Summer being asked about her offering her house to the defendant to stay at?
I do.
What we had seen in the text message.
Correct.
Was there anything about that statement that appeared to be untrue based upon your hearing or participating in that?
There's nothing.
In these text messages and iCloud account records, start with Ned. When you first started seeing those, were you understanding the full story of where that came about?
No.
Did you then have to look to other people who, like Serena Sharp or Christina Atwood or others who were aware of who Ned was?
Correct.
Or what Ned was?
Yes.
In terms of Nephi, you said that we heard from Adam when he's asked about Nephi, what that meant to him.
Correct.
And he provided us with a story of Nephi and Laban, right?
Correct.
You said you Googled this like many of us do, right? Start out there.
Right.
And then you actually spoke to other members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
I did.
Was that to make sure that you weren't missing something?
It was to make sure that there wasn't another story that might be out there that he's known for. And so, like I said, I would just randomly ask people that. And every single time I would ask that, that was the story that was told to me.
So others who were members of that church spoke the same way that Adam did.
Yes.
You're asked a lot about sort of processing of the scene and processing of the items of evidence. Was this case, let me ask you this, was the physical scene itself inconsistent with what was initially told?
Yes.
And did it require additional research into all of these different iClouds, cell phones, cell tower records to clarify what happened?
Yes, as the weeks and months went on, additional information was learned that basically required those accounts to better understand what took place.
And was that what then you spent months going through?
Right.
And ultimately, after all of that, is when you eventually presented that case or turned it in to be reviewed.
Yes, I did.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
All right, are there any questions for this witness from any member of the jury? I see at least one.
Oh, good. There is at least one. We knew there would be. Gonna be interesting. I know, Mark, I'm opening too many doors, aren't I? Oh, sidebar. He's got his headphones on. So, yeah, we're going to get Mark a shock bra. I'm going to rent out his timeout room to make extra money. And we're going to get Mark a shock bra. And Laura's going to have the button to it. She can just zap away. We'll never even know what happened until after it happened. He wants shock boxers. Did he mention those? Okay, well, if you'd prefer that, Mark, I mean, whatever floats your boat. I guess it just depends on your pain level. Ooh, my goodness. What color are they? They're red? No. They're stars and stripes. American flag, stars and stripes. Yeah. Have you been playing on the pole that I installed in your timeout room again? Bless your heart. I can literally imagine Mark in my head playing in a dark room on a pole and nobody's there with him to play. What? We could let Blanco come over. Your patriotic Speedo. Exactly.
Well,
I know you are,
I think we're
Blanco.
going to need that exhibit. Go ahead. We'll see if he knows, though.
Oh, good.
Regarding the pictures on Alex's phone sent to Lori, what was the time on the top left corner of the pictures? Do you recall?
I don't know for certain. It was afternoon.
Would it refresh your memory to look at that photo?
Yes.
What exhibit number is that from?
This is 222.
Trina's like,
All
I've
right,
got it
so
right
that's been
here.
admitted into evidence.
Here you go.
Time is 2:13.
And the next question is the countertop in that picture, do you recognize that as whether or not that's the same countertop at the the Four Peaks address?
That is not the same as the Four Peaks address, no.
Okay.
Wonderful.
Before I go for follow-up to the parties, are there any other juror questions? I don't see any.
Why are they asking that? I'm confused.
Follow-up from the defense based on that juror question?
No more questions, Your Honor.
All right, from the state?
Just that in that exhibit, the photo, of the phone, do we see both sort of Tuesday, 9:08, when these messages occurred? Let me pull in. As well as sort of what time the phone is showing.
Yeah, and I think the most telling thing is this is a communication between Adam and Charles. Clearly, the only phone that they had would have been Charles' phone, not Adam's.
And this conversation matches what you saw extracted from Charles's phone later between he and Adam on the 9th of July.
Correct.
No other questions from me, Your Honor.
All right, you could step down, sir.
Mandy said Trina with her exhibit and accompanying hair flip. I think that's going to be it for the day. I don't know. We'll see, I guess.
Your Honor, at this time, the state has no further witnesses. The state will rest.
All right, the state has rested its case, which means the state's portion of the evidence is done. I'm going to excuse the jury for a few minutes before you go home for the evening. Let me just do a consultation with the parties about tomorrow's schedule, and I'll let you know what time to report back. It should just be a couple minutes. So please remember the admonition. We'll let you know what time to report back tomorrow.
Nate said he thought they were going to bring back up that other officer. Wow. Okay. So tomorrow is going to be crazy. I wasn't expecting it today. I was expecting it tomorrow, probably. So, one in the chat if you think she's going to testify.
All right, please be seated. All right. State's rested, so do you plan on presenting evidence?
Can I confer with my
Yeah, go
team
ahead.
for a minute?
Yeah, I'm sure that did throw Lori. I guess her co-counsel is sitting behind her now, not beside her. So, Lauren, Laura, Blanco, Name, Bama, you guys all think she's going to end up testifying. The questions about the rental car? I saw it, but I didn't think that was that big of a deal. She was in the rental car because it was Charles's car, right? That was the only one they had? Did I miss something? See, I don't know. I don't think Mandy thinks so too. Well, nope, Mandy changed her mind. I think Mandy put a 1 and then she put a 2. Judy says yes. Well, I don't know. See, I just don't know if she's going to want to be crossed. Because she could testify when she does her closing, in a sense. You know, she can say everything she's been wanting to say when she does the closing. Nunya doesn't think so. I've been flipping and flopping on it too, Patty. I don't know. I just feel like she would give way too much power to the prosecution if she did that. Now, if she wasn't her own attorney, then maybe she would be more apt to do that because she can't get up and but I'm telling you guys, that's all her closing is going to be, her telling her story, her testifying to the, you know, her testimony. That's a good point, Judy, because there are so many male jurors involved. I bet she thought that when they said there was only 3 jurors on there, she was probably like, oh, I got this. Sandy says she thinks she is narcissistic enough to testify. But we'll listen to her counsel, who will undoubtedly tell her not to. Yeah, JJ was in the rental car. Oh, you hit the wrong number. You think she's going to testify?
Your Honor, I'd like to address a Rule 20 motion first.
Go ahead.
Okay. The state has failed to show substantial evidence for count 1, conspiracy to commit first-degree premeditated murder. The state has provided no evidence that I agreed with another person that any one of us would engage in certain conduct that I intended to promote or assist in this premeditated murder. Crime premeditated murder requires the state to establish a person caused the death of another with premeditation. The lack of evidence to show any evidence of a conspiracy to commit murder, there was no plan to murder Charles. No evidence has showed that, in fact, evidence suggested self-defense on the part of Alex. So I would like to put that on the record.
All right. State want to put a response on the record?
Yes, Your Honor. Looking at the evidence in the light most favorable to the state, there's sufficient evidence based upon everything from the iCloud messages from between Alex, the defendant, and others leading up to July 11th of 2019, that Alex Cox was invited over by this defendant, knowing that they were going to be having the intervention and knowing when Charles would be there and bringing a handgun over with him. The timelines on July 11th of the killing of Charles Vallow and the fact that the number of shots and the physical evidence at the scene, the statements by the defendant to detective and clan that she took Charles Vallow's phone and would not give it back to him, the motive for money, and especially the defendant's motive for having an affair with Chad Daybell, all of those looking at together in the light most favorable to the state, the defendant or the jury could find the defendant guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder.
Last word. Do you want to add anything?
No, Your Honor.
All right. The standard is whether or not a reasonable juror could, whether or not there's substantial evidence for a reasonable juror to find the defendant guilty. The court does find that there is substantial evidence that a reasonable juror could find the defendant guilty. The court will further add that the jurors are the ones who judge the credibility of the witnesses, and it's ordered denying the Rule 20 motion. Are you going to present evidence tomorrow, either through witnesses or through your own testimony?
No, Your Honor, the defense will rest.
All right, if that's the case, I'm going to
What?
tell the jury.
What?
How long does the state anticipate its closing argument being?
4
I would assume
hours.
probably over an hour.
How
How
long
about
can I
the
have?
defense?
Less than that.
Can we do the
What?
closings at 1 p.m.? We can formalize all the jury instructions at 10:30.
Your Honor,
Is that enough time?
the state would request that we do them Monday to ensure that the state would request we do closings Monday to ensure that we don't finish with a rebuttal closing on Monday.
Well, I'm willing to go in the morning if we want to start in the morning at 11 and do jury instructions at 10:15 or something like that. Does that work?
Y'all, I'm not going to go live
Again,
for jury
I'm
instructions. I'm
asking for
telling you
Monday,
right
but
now.
if the court does not allow that, then we'll go whenever the court says tomorrow.
She had her mom. She had a bunch of family members on her list of witnesses to call. But Nate said she couldn't get. I didn't mute it. They've
You
muted
want to
it.
weigh in?
Well, just that we haven't had time to go over the jury instructions. I don't get back to the jail until like 5:30 or 6 o'clock, so
You agree then that Monday's better?
I would agree.
All right, we'll tell the jury to report at 10:30 a.m. on Monday. They don't have to come in tomorrow.
Judge, could we have the defendant rest in front of the jury before they leave today?
Are you prepared to rest today? If you rest, that means you can't change your mind about testifying.
Can we do it on Monday?
We can do that on Monday, but if you change your mind, I need to know in advance because it's going to change the jury instructions and it's going to change the schedule.
Absolutely, I will let you know.
All right. Tell the jury they don't need to report on tomorrow, that they need to report Monday at 10:30 a.m.
You guys, she's going to come back on Monday and say, oh, no, I changed my
So
mind.
Let's meet tomorrow, though, to finalize the jury instructions. Why don't we just do that at, what's tomorrow, Thursday?
10:30?
We'll just do it at 10:30. That'll be enough time for you to read those tonight.
Yeah, if I could have time to meet with my advisory council before that, that would be great.
I can put
If
it
I
on the
can
calendar.
be brought in.
I can put it on the calendar for 10 and I think well,
11?
I can put it on the calendar for 10 so you can meet with them back here and then we'll meet at about 10:45. We'll have come in the courtroom and finalize the jury instructions. All right. If I did give a copy to your advisory councils as well, or at least one copy there. So if the advisory councils and or the state review that tonight and see something additional or correction that needs to be made, go ahead and give me a heads up so I can be prepared to talk about it tomorrow as well. So, All right, we'll see everyone in court at 10:45, but we'll put it on the calendar for 10 a.m. so that the defendant can meet with her advisory councils at 10 a.m. All right, thank you.
Name says my jaw will now be deported back to me from China. That's awesome. Mark says verdict in 30 minutes. Patty said, yep, she's going to throw the prosecution off. She's going to come back on Monday and say, I changed my mind, Your Honor. I had a couple of things I want to do or say, or well, she can't call. Patty said she thought that the judge said that some of her witnesses were irrelevant. Really? Now, you guys, Nate's the one that called. He said, he goes, I don't think she's going to have a defense. I don't see, because in the last trial, they said that they didn't put much of a defense up. So, yeah, they basically left it all on the table for, what's his name, I was not impressed with her attorneys. And listening to that the Idaho audio, I'm like, did she pay for these? Or were these court appointed? The only relevant ones are not breathing right now. Exactly, Sandy. Oh my gosh. So nothing tomorrow. Oh, remember I said the other day, I said, who's that guy with the faux hawk? That was Colby. He shaved the side of his head. I came on and watched his some of his reaction. I didn't think about the fact that he had to listen to them talk about, the medical examiner talk about Charles's body. I didn't even think about that. Judy said her spaceship has just landed for her to board. Oh gosh, she should have been in a cult. I think she just picked the wrong one. She might have been better to go with Scientology or something, or Heaven's Gate. The playlist, Bama, can you put the playlist up? I have it under, I don't remember what I have it under. Bama's going to put it up for you. Is Bama still here? Let me see if I can find it. I don't know. Bama might have had, oh no, she's here. Thank you, Judy. All right, guys. So I won't see you guys until Monday, I guess, unless we come on and do something else. We got a couple of updates to do. We got a couple of pieces that we might do some lives on between now and Monday. That's a long ways away anyway. So, but I'm definitely going to be dropping some other stuff, including more of the audio from her Idaho trial. Got a lot of that clipped. And we'll finish. I'll go ahead and just that video we were listening to with Melanie, we'll go ahead and I'll drop that one too, so you can listen to the whole thing if you've missed some of it. What are you going to do tomorrow? I don't know. What are you going to do tomorrow, Mark? Going to go to the casino? I would love to. I get some free play tomorrow. The state attorney may be competent. Hey, Gina, but she's boring. She is. I really enjoy that female prosecutor from the Idaho trial. I really, really, really did. Yes, y'all have a nice weekend. But I'll see you again. I'll be working over here dropping stuff for you guys to watch, so don't worry. All right, Mark, well, be safe at the casinos. Don't take all your money. Don't spend it all in one place. All right, until then, good night, you guys.